Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order the Tuesday, December 6th, Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, Lopez, and Ruascio appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session? County Council?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will then have closed sessions items 1A through G. I will now see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on our closed session. And seeing no one coming forward and
No hands raised.
no hands raised, then we will recess the closed Board of Supervisors for Monterey County and reconvene that board at 10:30. And now I will call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, Lopez, and Ruascio appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to the closed session agenda, Mr. Council?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will have closed session items number 1A. And with that, I will see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on closed session items for the Water Resources Agency.
There are no hands raised.
Seeing none, then we will recess the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and reconvene at 10:30. See you right back here then.
I'm going to ask them and take them off. Coastal Commission. Yeah.
Mic number three, mic number three. Mic number five, mic number five. Mic number six, mic number six. Mic number eight, mic number eight.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 11, mic number 11. Mic number 12, mic number 12. Staff mic one, staff mic one. Staff mic two, staff mic two. Podium mic, podium mic.
A wireless one. This is wireless two.
Wireless one. Wireless one. Wireless one.
Wireless one, wireless one. Wireless one, wireless one. Wireless two, wireless two.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you will forgive my rather weak, deep voice today, but I'm struggling with a little bit of a head cold here. But today it is my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. And if we could please have a roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you. And if we could have our announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Maria Avia.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Thank you very much. That was quick. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is something that I always enjoy, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And today we are honored to have Mr. Steve Vagnini lead us in the pledge. And just a little background, Mr. Vagnini was first elected to the office of the Assessor County Clerk Recorder in 2001 and has successfully run unopposed for 3 subsequent 4-year terms. In addition to his duties as an elected official, Steve Vagnini consistently volunteers his time. He's chaired several county committees, the Cost Savings Committee, the Department Head Training Advisory Committee, the Department Head GIS Committee, and the Department Head Committee on Succession Planning represent just a sample of the local committees that Mr. Vagnini has assisted for over a decade. However, along with his sincere dedication as a public servant, Steve Vagnini exudes an infectious passion for music and the local music scene, which includes more than 4 decades of promoting area bands, concerts, music benefits, and festivals. Nearly 12 years ago, Steve Vagnini also co-founded the extremely successful Monterey County chapter of Guitars Not Guns, a nonprofit organization that provides free guitar lessons and guitars to at-risk youth throughout Monterey County. He was PTA president for the Olson Elementary School in Marina, a member of the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District's 7-Eleven Committee, and chairperson for the Alliance for Better Schools. He also served as chair of the Marina Economic Development Commission, chair of the Monterey County's Juvenile Justice Commission, chair of the Pacific Grove Arts Center Board, and served on the Old Monterey Foundation Board of Directors. Honestly, there's no other nonprofit in the county that I don't think Steve Vagnini has had some kind of involvement in. But with that, I would like to ask Mr. Vagnini to please come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much, Mr. Vagnini, and thank you all. We now go to our question, if we have any additions and corrections of today's agenda.
There are none.
Thank you very much. So we will go to our ceremonial resolutions. We have 3. 1 will be presented and 2 will be given to the people at another time. If you'll forgive me, then I will see if there's any member of the board that wishes to pull or comment on the ceremonial resolutions. Thank you. And is there any member of the public that wishes to make any comment on the resolutions? So, okay, thank you very much. We have a motion. Is there a second? A second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. So, this is the first time in a long time that we've had everybody present. I'm not even sure what the drill is anymore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. The ceremonial resolutions pass. And now it is our pleasure to be able to adopt a resolution commending Steve L. Vagnini, elected official to the Assessor County Clerk Recorder Department, for his dedicated service of 35 years to the County of Monterey upon his retirement. And because I am a little under the weather here, I'm not going to come down to hand it to you, but we are very, very happy to have Marina Camacho present this resolution to Mr. Vagnini. So Marina, if you want to come forward, and I believe that we have the resolution there. And you might want to ask Mr. Vagnini to join you at the dais, or sorry, at the podium.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? So
It is my pleasure and my honor to present this resolution to Steve Agnini for the years of commitment and service to Monterey County.
Marina, if you could please speak up a little bit, that would be helpful.
Is it green? Yeah, you have to talk right into it.
Yes,
Can you hear me okay now?
very
Okay.
much better. Thank you.
As I was saying, it is my pleasure and honor to present this resolution to Steve Agnini for the years of commitment and service to Monterey County. Chair Adams already kind of summarized all his commitment and his involvement in the many years and the many committees that he has served. But before I read the resolution, I wanted to say a few words about Steve and my experience working with him. I have worked in the same office with Steve for as long as he's been here, but I have worked closely with him for the last 20 years. In these 20 years, I've had the opportunity to get to know his management style, his personality, and also witness how passionate and committed he is about serving the residents of Monterey County. Seeing how he is always looking to do the right thing for the public we serve without losing sight of the importance of the staff that he represents in this county. He has always worked hard to ensure that the assessor clerk recorder budget was stable and sound, ensuring stability for the staff. I don't think people realize how difficult it is to accomplish such, especially during lean times. He has always highlighted the important role the assessor and clerk recorder represents for the county of Monterey and recognizes that each employee is important. I have had the opportunity to learn a lot, but most importantly, I've gained a very valuable friendship and an undeniable supportive, important career opportunities, and because of that, I decided to take the challenge and run and was elected. Thanks to his support, his encouragement, and always trusting that what I do matters and he trusts my decisions. I am grateful for his support and his friendship and grateful for the hard work and legacy he has set. And I know I have a lot of big shoes to fill, but I worked along the way with him and learned a lot. And I hope to do equally as a good job and continue his legacy. So in addition to the commitment that he has for the county, as Chair Adams has mentioned, he is also very involved in a nonprofit organization called Guitars Not Guns. And if anybody knows, the West End Celebration is one of the big fundraisers for that organization. It is a phenomenal event that I've been had the opportunity to actually help him in a minor part, but it's a great event. With that, the office has gotten together and just worked and wanted to make a donation to your organization. On behalf of all of the assessor, clerk, recorder staff and former staff. So hopefully it'll be beneficial to your organization. I wanted to just read it. And this is resolution commending Steve Agnini, elected official, assessor, clerk, recorder departments for his dedicated service of 35 years to the county of Monterey. Upon his retirement, whereas Stephen L. Agnini announced his retirement from service at the Monterey County Assessor Clerk Recorder effective December 30th, 2022. And whereas Mr. Agnini has served Monterey County for 35 years and served as the elected Assessor Clerk Recorder for 20 years, having been hired on August 3rd, 1987 as an appraiser 1, promoted to an appraiser 2 on August 13, 1988, competitively promoted to appraiser 3 on August 2nd, 1999, competitively promoted to supervisor appraiser on July 29th, 2000, elected as assessor county clerk recorder of Monterey County and took office on January 6, 2003 and has served for 5 consecutive terms. Whereas Mr. Agnini's many years of service are a true testimony to his dedication to the county of Monterey, and his exemplary service has earned the admiration and respect of his peers, members of the local community, and the citizens of Monterey County through service performed in an exemplary fashion. Whereas Mr. Agnini has been an active member of the California Assessors Association, where he served as Bay Area Assessors Association President in 2007, served on Standards, Legislative, Bylaws, Finance, and Conference Committee. Mr. Vagnini has also hosted various conferences, including the Bay Area Assessors Association, the California Assessors Association Annual Conference, the Clerk Recorder Conference, the California Assessors Association. The California Chiefs Conference and the California Assessors Administrative Services Association Roundtable Conferences. Whereas Mr. Vagnini, in addition to his duties as an elected official, he has chaired several county Monterey committees, the Cost Savings Committee, the Department Heads Training Advisory Committee, the Department Head GIS Committee, and the Department Head Committee on Succession Planning. He has also served as a member of the Deferred Compensation 457 Committee, treasurer of the Department Head Scholarship Committee, and has been chair of the Department Head Council. Along with his sincere dedication and commitment as a public servant, he has a genuine passion for music and the local music scene, which includes more than 4 decades of promoting area bands, concerts, and has chaired the West End Celebration Music and Arts Festival for many years. 13 years ago, he co-founded the Monterey County Chapter Guitars Not Gun, a nonprofit organization that provides free guitars, lessons, and guitars to at-risk youth throughout Monterey County. Through his endeavors, he has donated over 2,700 guitars. Whereas Mr. Vagnini's commitment, experience, and leadership to Monterey County and the state of California will be sorely missed, his hard work and dedication as a department head and public servant to Monterey County has established a benchmark by which those who follow will be measured. Now, therefore, it is resolved that Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and the citizens thereof, here acknowledge Mr. Vagnini's contribution to the welfare of the residents of Monterey County, and be further resolved that the board hereby congratulates Mr. Vagnini on his retirement and wishes his success, good health, and happiness in all future endeavors.
Steve,
Steve, I don't know if you want to make a few remarks before each of us up here have a couple of comments that we would like to make on your behalf. So would you like to speak first and make some remarks, and then we will make. Go. Sorry.
I'll be short. About 3 weeks ago, Shihiro came into my office and she gave me a card for your retirement. And I was excited to go ahead and grab it and sat at my desk to complete it. And all of a sudden, I was kind of hit with the emotion of it all. I knew you were retiring soon. I know it was around the corner. But when I sat in front of that card, I was struck with the fact that I hadn't dealt with the emotions of it. And I'm going to, Maria says, don't cry. So I promise I won't. Steve, I've worked with you for 20 years. I've come to know you as an extraordinary husband, father, community leader, and exceptional department head. On a personal level, we've discussed everything from quantum entanglement, which, by the way, received a Nobel Prize in October, to the beauty, intelligence, kindness, and strengths of our daughters. On a professional level, it has been an honor and a privilege to work alongside you. You showed a confidence and trust in me that allowed me to gain greater experience and greater confidence in myself. Had you expressed concerns or said no when I presented you with any one of the ginormous projects that I believed we had to go ahead and accomplish in the clerk recorder's office, I would have lost out in growing professionally on so many levels. You were always there. I'm not going to do this. You were always there with your support, your guidance, your experience, and your knowledge, and I'll never forget that. Whether I received your experience and knowledge through observation, osmosis, or intense discussion, I have learned so much. I want you to know that even though you're moving on to the next chapter of your life, because you were such a great mentor, the best and most important parts of you will still be here with us. There are a few people I carry in my heart, and Steve, you will always be one of them. Thank you for all that you have gifted me, and I wish you the most amazing next chapter in your retirement.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's my turn. I don't have a prepared statement, but I have a lot I have to say. First of all, I would like to thank the board for this resolution. And I'd like to thank all the board members that I've worked with in the past. I've been thinking a lot about all the board members, Louis Calcagno, Simone Salinas, Jerry Smith, just a flood of memories come through. You never think this moment will come, but then it comes. But I would like to thank the board. I'd like to thank the CAO's office, you know, Charles McKee, Lou Bauman, Sally Reed, all the people that I've had the privilege to work with. All of my assistants, going back to Barbara Vandergriff at the recorder's office, rest in peace. Alicia, Steve Cagle, who's also with us here today. Marina Camacho, Eric Bailey, who is with us today. All of the former members that have worked with me in the assessor clerk recorder's office. You all mean so much to me. And that's not to mention all the department heads and all the other county employees that I've had the privilege of working with during these last 35 years and 20 years as your assessor clerk recorder. It's really been an honor. You know, I moved out here from Virginia and I thought I was going to be a teacher. I got my master's degree in religious studies, had no idea that I would end up in the assessor's office. I was sort of, I wouldn't say anti-establishment, but my dad always said, go to work for the government. And government, me? No. And then out of necessity, I got a job at the assessor's office and to raise my family. And then the more I worked there, I realized the importance of the job that I was doing. And then when I got elected, working aside all our wonderful department heads, and there's been so many of them and so many great department heads today, and the firefighters who are here today, and city council members that are here today, working alongside of everybody. And it's what we do is very important. It's public service. It's what we do to make the community that we live in a better place. And that's what it's all about. I think we live in one of the most beautiful places in the world. And it's not just because of the weather and the scenery, but it's because of the people that represent us. It's because of you, the people that work here. So it's been a privilege and an honor, and the time has finally come, but I'm not going away. And I know our department is in very good hands with Marina Camacho and Alicia and Steve Cagle, who retired 8 years ago, still comes out to help out, and I will do the same. So I'm retiring, but someone called it jubilation, and I won't be going away. So thank you, everybody, and thank you very much.
Steve, I think, Steve, I think each of us would like to make some comments, but I think we would all like to come down and have our picture taken with you as well. So why don't we do comments first, and then we'll come down and have a picture taken with Steve. I'll start with Supervisor Phillips.
Steve, I can't think of a greater public servant than you've been. And I worked with you before I was on the board, and I've worked with you since then, but your department is a well-run department, and it's one of those departments as a supervisor you never have to worry about. You know, it's run, and you never come and ask for anything that you don't absolutely need. So you've had a great career here, but also not just here with, you're out in the community doing things, and I especially know about Guitars Not Guns because you got that started at Rancho Cielo and it worked there. So congratulations on your retirement, and you've been a big benefit, and you did a great job of having someone prepared to step into your shoes when you're leaving too. And so you did a great job on that too. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Steve, I think I have to say that you moved here to be a teacher, and that's exactly what you became. I think every single person in this room has learned something from you, and I count myself among those people. Every time I had questions about process or why things were the way they were within your department, you didn't just say because I say so or because the law says. You said, come on down, let's have a conversation. You opened the books and you taught me about the processes and the history that led to the decisions and why things were the way they were. It's that sort of a person, this type of leader that you've been for our community, which means so much to me. So I'm sitting up here thanking you for your service and so grateful to call you a friend. You know, a lot of times when you're an elected official, people forget who you are as a human, but Steve was the one person who every time I saw him said, when's the last time you played music? You know, how's the mariachi band? Yeah, and that meant a lot to me. And I feel very fortunate to know you. I know you're not going away. I know that there's so many wonderful things you have left to do for our community, with our community, and in our community. But today we're pausing to thank you for this epic of your life, which has been epic in the way that you've impacted so many people. And so as a friend, as a colleague, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the lessons.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, to Mr. Vagnini and his entire team, thank you for everybody for coming out today. This is a bittersweet moment when one of the most dedicated public officials that I've met in my career is now leaving. And I think there's not more that we can ask from you, Steve, because you gave it all and you did it very well. I want to commend you and all your entire department because I think it's a model for our county. All departments should strive to be like the county assessor's office, total professionals, great customer service, dealing with a lot of complex issues. Every time you can present before the budget committee, you always give us your best opinion and the news that sometimes we didn't want to hear, but also the good news sometimes when our property taxes were going up. But I want to really commend you for also lifting up your entire team. The succession planning, the next generation of leadership in your office is in good hands because of the leadership that you provided for all of them. So I really just want to say thank you for always being responsive to our request, always to our constituents, and you always did it very, very well and professionally. So thank you very much, and I commend you on your retirement. But we know that people like Steve Vagnini don't really retire; they just go on to do many other good things in your next chapter in your life. So I want to just thank you again. Happy retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Rudascu.
I started working with Steve when I was a staffer here 15 years ago, and you are one of the most, if not the most, constituent-oriented elected officials that I have ever encountered. For any situation, constituents come to us, and we will, direct them to the right spot. And if it's something to do with the assessor's office, contact Steve, and Steve says, "Hey, I'll call right back. I've got this." It's refreshing. I think it restores faith in what government is capable of for so many of us. You've set the bar so high, and I know that, like the rest of us, we learn from watching you engage with your colleagues, with your peers, with your department heads, with your staff, with your constituents. And you will leave a legacy here in Monterey County. We will miss working with you, but you've laid out a path for what is possible and what we should all be striving to achieve as public servants. So thank you, and I wish you the absolute best in your retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And forgive my voice. I just want to say that a few words that have not been mentioned. I underscore everything that my colleagues have said, but ethical, energetic, and the absolute epitome of integrity. Those are the things that I see in you, Steve, and that I have valued for so long, which is exactly why no one ever chose to run against you. We have been so fortunate because all of us have become a little bit better due to the service and the bar that you have set for us. I so appreciate that. From a selfish perspective, I'm glad you're retiring because I know that means we've got even more volunteer time coming forward to our community, and nothing is better than that. For Guitars Not Guns, think I've said this to you before. You are the absolute epitome of someone who is in the music world. You look like a British, band manager or something. The Beatles would have loved your look. I can tell you back in the day or even today. And I so thank you because I know that the quality of music performance and the variety of music performance in Monterey County will just go up a notch with the additional attention that I know you'll be paying to it. So again, thank you so much on behalf of all of us and all of the people in Monterey County. You have done an amazing job and you have really earned your retirement. So I think we'll come down and have a picture taken. We would enjoy having one with you all together. Okay, come on up and let's go down. Let's get that grandbaby in there. Very beautiful. Congratulations, Steve, to you and your entire family. We have two additional ceremonial resolutions that are not being presented today. One, adopting a resolution commending Hector Joe Rubio to the Mechanic 2 for a Fleet Management Division for his 26 years of dedicated service to the County of Monterey, and another to Mary Ann Leffel for her many years of service to the local workforce system. After Steve Vagnini, and it has. Well said. Doesn't this speak volumes about Steve Vagnini? Okay, moving forward, we have a lot on our plate this morning. The first thing we'll go to next now is appointments, and we have one appointment to reappoint Bobby Blakeney to the Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council. And is there any member of the board that wishes to comment? Any member of the public that wishes to comment? Thank you very much. Is there a second? Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Thank you very much. That motion passes. And we will now go to our consent calendar. And this is a big one today. We have a number of items, numbers 22 through 65. And I will start to see if there's anyone any member of the board that wishes to pull items for consent to comment or ask questions. Supervisor Phillips? Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Rudasky, none from Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Rudasky.
I did have just comment on 60, 61 through 60 and 61 through 64 as a group. I can make those comments now.
Okay, very good.
So on item number 60, it is a request to adopt a public conveyance of necessity to allow a 9th on-sale liquor license in a single census tract in Carmel Valley for a local coffee shop to sell beer as part of their business. And I just I think it's worth noting in the staff report that the health department recommends against adding in that additional liquor license within a census tract based on what we know to be environmental factors that support or don't support the health of a community. There are some unique circumstances in this, but I did just want to call that out and to recognize and thank the health department for continually raising these issues when they come up. And then on item number 61 through 64, these are some retroactive Laguna Seca Raceway contracts that are coming forward. And I know that Parks Department just has been working really hard to clean up those contracts and get things in order. But we continue to receive retroactive agreements that come forward without a real explanation of what the reason that they were retroactive or why they weren't brought forward originally. There are 4 of them on today's agenda. And I was just wondering if there's any sense of how many more outstanding retroactive contracts we have floating out there that need to be cleaned up, and how at what point will we expect to be sort of caught up on our Laguna Seca retroactive contracts?
To the chair, this is Chief of Parks, Brian Flores.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew, for your question. I'm pleased to say that these will be the last 4 retroactive service agreements that we have left in our queue. There will be one tentatively scheduled for next week for an event, a retroactive event. Nothing has occurred, just the date on the agreement is past the time that we're coming to the board, but this should be it. It has been a challenge. There's various reasons, but hopefully this will be the last of them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I was going to pull items 61 to 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 in the same thought. But why I really want to make this clear that we need to move these forward and to speed this up is because these are contracts that local small businesses rely on. And to have that contractual agreement is really an important thing for us to, but more particularly for those who benefit from having contracts with Laguna Seca. And I feel like they're being penalized because of the length of time it takes to confer their contracts. So my hope is that we would be able to get this cleaned up. Brian, I thank you very much for looking at it. If there's a problem with process, we need to know that so that we're able to make the changes necessary to move forward. The other item that I want to pull is item number 37. And it is the item 37 I would like to pull for comment. And I understand that our sheriff-elect, Tina Nieto, would like to make comment on this. And I saw her and I believe she has her hand raised. So Ms. Nieto, if you would like to make comment on item 37, we have pulled it for you to be able to do so.
Hi, Supervisor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just
Because
fine.
I'm calling
Thank you.
remotely. I'm at an eye doctor appointment, but I do have concern about item number 37 on the lens lock. The Sheriff's Department is showing it as sole sourcing because of the redaction feature. And my concerns are if they went with a separate company for redaction, what would that cost? What's the cost savings? And the reason I bring that up is lens lock is not one of the well-known body cam cameras. The global body worn camera market, it's projected to reach over 20 million people by 2030 of people looking at it. And there's going to be a lot of substantial growth on the body cam. And it's not just body cam anymore in law enforcement. It is really body camera that's looking at how do you integrate it into your other systems of recordings with your drones? How do you integrate it into, live surveillance for law enforcement? In fact, law enforcement has the biggest share of body or these type of items, smart devices, 34%, and it's a competitive landscape. So I'm wondering why they didn't look at the leaders. LensLock is actually rated about number 16 in body cams. And you know, there's Axon, there's Motorola, Coben Technology, Wireless, Get Tech Video Solutions, Hytera Communications, Safety Vision, Utility Associates, and they all rank higher than LensLock, and they didn't look at that. So that's my concern. I'm just asking them to maybe pull the report, not sign any contracts until I get in, so my team can very quickly look at the contract and figure out, is this in the best interest of the county as far as being fiscally responsible, and as far as does it tie into strategic planning, the future of technology with the sheriff's department. So I'm just asking just to pull it for that reason and not take a vote on it today. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff-elect Nieto. Do we have any questions? Any questions? Okay, should we have a motion to remove item 37 from the consent calendar? Thank you. Yes, we'll do that separately. So thank you very much for your comments. And now, as we have completed our consent calendar, we'll go to the to our vote.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just in response to the first item that Supervisor Askew pointed out, I did want to just say, though, that this is a small business success story. The Bearded Bean started here on Main Street in Old Town Salinas, minority-owned business, small business. They opened during the pandemic, which is one of the hardest times, but they survived. And now to see them wanting to grow to Carmel, to the Mid-Valley Shopping Center, I think that should be commended. They not only, it's not only a coffee place and that serves non-coffee drinks, but it also is a really a place, cultural center. There's music, there's spoken word. And if you follow them on social media, they have a lot of, they have a young audience. So that's been an added addition to Old Town Salinas. So I just wanted to commend them for growing and trying to expand and create an additional franchise in another part of our county. I wish them success, because opening a small business these days is not an easy thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm sure the Mid-Valley area will benefit from that as well.
I want to concur. I think Eric and Ness have done an incredible job here in Old Town Salinas, and look forward to seeing what they're going to do in Carmel Valley.
Well, we're going to have to make sure you guys come over to Carmel Valley and District 5 and support them. Okay.
I'll
Okay,
move
so
the,
let's,
move the consent agenda with the exception of item number 37.
thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? None. Okay, thank you very much. So do we need a separate vote now on 37? Or is it just, okay, so if we could please have to remove 37 from the agenda, from the consent calendar. Is there a motion? Thank you. I'll second that. Okay, so all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And there anyone who opposes this? Okay, terrific. Good, very good. So we, Ms. Nieto, we have pulled that, and we will leave it in your capable hands as soon as you get on board to take a look at the body cam issues. Thank you very much. All righty, and now moving forward, this is the opportunity for us to go to general public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? I see. Yes, we have people coming forward. Thank you very much. Good morning. How are you today?
Could be better. Depends on treatment. My name is Levon Stone, and I'm the Executive Director of the Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network, which started with the closure of Fort Ord. And we have done an insurmountable amount of work for our community, but we are not treated the same as everyone else. What I would like is, I would like the budget for the desal plant that's supposed to come up in the city of Marina, which is a small city, and we have so much ocean out there. I don't know why the city of Marina was chosen to have this humongous project. And if you compare it to San Diego, which has a desal plant, the thing is very expensive. And the amount of waste that goes into the ocean and the fish life and eggs that are impacted, I want to know how that is being taken into consideration here in Monterey County and in the city of Marina. I would like the budget. I would like the information on when, how, and where this idea came from and why the Board of Supervisors okayed it. And I know it has some other steps to go through, but we would like to get the information and copies of the documents. I think I asked for them before. And my email address is FOEJN, F like Frank, OEJN 95@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we have another person coming forward.
Okay, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name's Eloise Shim. I had an unfortunate experience on Thanksgiving at the Monterey Airport. I made a reservation for renting a car for a day so I could drive to Carmel Valley to visit my family, where I'd been invited to dinner. Since I don't own a car, I wanted to bring gifts, have dinner, leave early in the evening, and return the car the next day. But 2 rental car agencies denied me because they said I didn't have a major credit card. I had a debit card, which is tied to a bank account that I've had for 20 years. There was plenty of money in the account. I agreed to have them place a $500 deposit until I return the car. I have a valid driver's license. I've never had a moving violation or even a parking ticket, and they denied me being able to rent a car. A month ago, I was able to rent a U-Haul to move myself from Monterey to Salinas. And I showed them the receipt along with my debit card and even information of my interim driver's license, which had my new address on it. But they refused to rent my car. I hope this board does something to protest rules and regulations that prohibit qualified people from renting a car at the Monterey Airport. My holiday plans were ruined. My son had to pick me up. I was unable to bring gifts. I had to be taken home early, and I felt humiliated, infantilized by that arbitrary and unfair refusal to rent me a car.
Thank you for your story this morning. Are there any other members of the public who wish to come forward and make comment?
Good morning. My name is Ana Banda, and I attended your last meeting, and it was discussed about the financial support for the marijuana industry. And I'm just very, very concerned as a mother and a grandmother in Monterey County. Marijuana is a gateway drug, and this is getting our children addicted to drugs. In my opinion, it should stop. We should not finance marijuana companies. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I believe we have another person coming forward.
Good morning, board. My name is Ray Garcia. I'm a long-term time resident of Castroville, California. I got a small project that I just started, and I was kind of surprised when I got a bill for a traffic impact report of $36,000 to build basically a 850 square foot little rental, now that you guys allowed ADUs and whatnot. And when I went down to the housing department, nobody could really tell me how they came up with that, other than that Castroville is assessed the highest traffic impact report, higher than anybody else in the county. So my question is, talking to my neighbor, Rich Kofeld, Judge Phillips knows fairly well, that these fees may be rolled back or suspended, or they might be something on the agenda with the traffic impact fees for Castroville. And the other thing is that those fees have to be made before you're issued a permit. I got a construction loan that I can't get my construction loan until I got permit. I can't get my permit until I pay the impact fine or the impact fees. So is there anything on the agenda to address the traffic impact fees that are being assessed in Castroville? And then why is Castroville so high? Other than higher than Carmel, higher than South County? I was told that's because those traffic fees are because of all the freeways that are in our location. How are those traffic fees assessed? Because nobody could tell me down at the housing at the department how those fees are used. And my understanding is that we didn't vote on that you guys all put those things in. So am I at the right place, or could I follow up with Judge Phillips on that as far as those traffic fees?
Thank you for your
Madam Chair.
comments. Yes, Supervisor
Uh,
Phillips.
I share the concerns about the impact fees that are way out of whack in Castroville. And I think HCD has something going to be coming on our calendar to suspend that for the time being until we look at it. But HCD is here and they'll talk to.
Okay. Well, I just needed to kind of try to figure this one out because everybody was kind of shocked, something is small. And then the other thing is with the ADUs.
Eric,
my understanding is the ADUs is if your ADU is greater than 750 square feet, that there's another traffic impact traffic on top of that. So not only we kind of get hit twice and nobody can
Right.
really tell me why.
So you've got the expert sitting there waiting to chat with you. I don't know if you want to do it now or sit outside, but thank you very much for your remarks. Absolutely. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to make comment today on anything not on the agenda? Seeing nothing, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay, with that, excuse me, I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors to take up our smaller agendas. And the first is the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. I will call to order the the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
Thank you for that. And we have an item on a consent calendar, and I'd like to read that because it's very exciting to me. We're going to adopt a resolution on consent confirming the appointment of Dr. Lou Bauman as interim general manager for the Water Resources Agency effective December 31, 2022. Any member of the board that wishes to comment on this? Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? If we could please, seeing no comments, then
Approval.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Phillips, and who was the second? Supervisor Alejo. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Thank you very much. That item is approved, and we will recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and call to order the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. And now we have general public comment on items that are not on this agenda. Seeing none and seeing no hands raised, we will go to the first scheduled matter, which is our favorite, which is AB 361. And we have Mr. County Counsel who will address this.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. We're asking that you make the usual findings so that we can continue remote meetings under AB 361. And that is that the governor's state of emergency remains in effect, that the board has reconsidered the circumstances of the emergency, and the county health officer continues to recommend social distancing measures. And those are all true. So I would hope you could make the appropriate motion.
Thank you very much. Any member of the board that wishes to comment?
May I move approval?
Thank you. I have a motion. We have a second. Any member of the public that wishes to comment? Okay, very good. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, we will adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors, and we will call to order the joint meeting of certain Boards of Supervisors standing committees. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything not on this agenda? Seeing none, we have one scheduled matter, and it is our AB 361.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Another same motion. And let me just point out that beginning in March, we may have to be back to in-person meetings all the time with some very limited exceptions. if the governor follows through on his termination of the proclamation of state of emergency. I plan on having a board item in January that will go over the options for the board under AB 2449, which will be the vehicle for remote or teleconferencing meetings going forward if the governor's proclamation of emergency is terminated.
Thank you very much, County Council. Are there any member of the board that wishes to make comment?
Move approval.
Thank you very
Second.
much. We have a motion. We have a second. Any member of the public that wishes to make comment? Okay, very much. Thank you very much. Is all in favor? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That vote passes. And we will now adjourn the joint meeting of certain Board of Supervisors standing committees and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Good morning.
Roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. So now we have our first scheduled matter, which is a reason for celebration. And that is that we are going to accept a 2021 Challenge Award that Monterey County won from the California State Association of Counties for the Monterey County Car Week Special Events Map webpage, which is submitted by the Housing and Community Development Department and Information Technology. I believe we have with us Farah McDade Ting, the Director of Public Affairs for the California State Association of Counties, coming forward to present this award. And Eric, there we are. Okay, so perhaps we want to have Public Work, the HCD come forward. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Adams. It's so great to be here in Monterey County. I'm Farah McDade Ting. I am the Director of Public Affairs and Member Services for the California State Association of County. It's wonderful to see everybody on the board. I want to call it especially Supervisor Alejo, who is a member of the CSAC Executive Committee, Vice Chair of a Policy Committee, and works with us hand in hand on major issues, including broadband, as well as Supervisor Ruth Askew and Supervisor Lopez, who we've seen in our meetings lately and have offered a strong voice for not only the Monterey area, but also for all 58 counties, which we are grateful for. Thanks again for having me here today. It's my honor to present a 2021 CSAC Challenge Award. So we've been coming to boards of supervisors all year, and because of the pandemic and other scheduling matters, this is why we're here in December of 2022. So again, thank you for your patience with us. It's what our Challenge Awards program is the premier program for honoring innovative and effective county programs in our 58 counties. It's been running for almost 30 years now. And in 2021, we received a record number of entries. We received over 400 entries. Of those 400 entries, a very small percentage were awarded Challenge Awards, and Monterey County's Car Week became one of those. Car Week, as everybody in the chambers obviously knows, is a very popular event in Monterey County, drawing as many as 100,000 visitors within the week. While this is a boon for the local economy, it creates its own set of challenges for local residents. With a growing number of independent events happening during Car Week, the county decided it needed to ensure the popular event ran smoothly for not only attendees, but again, the local residents. A common challenge involving this event, because it's Car Week, is traffic management. To meet this challenge, Monterey County's Housing and Community Development Permit Center created a special events task force forum. This may seem like a small step to take, but it was innovative because it brought together the multi-agency collaboration, local businesses and residents to a monthly forum to receive and discuss Car Week events. A specialized website was also created where permit status, event details, parking, and ticket sales were among the details listed. Beyond that, the Department of Housing and Community Development utilized GIS mapping technology and added a layer of traffic conditions on the map so visitors, residents, and agency partners could choose their routes and avoid the heaviest traffic. The county also partnered with Caltrans to add traffic camera video as well to the website, making it a one-stop shop for, again, visitors and residents to see where the traffic was and how to get about their daily lives while Car Week was going on. The program is truly a model for innovation and collaboration.
and the fact that the county was able to balance the county's tourism economy with the needs of its local residents impressed our judges. I'm here today to acknowledge the awarding of a 2021 CSAC Challenge Award to Monterey County and its Department of Housing and Community Development Department. I want to say thank you to all the team members who contributed to this great program, and note the innovation is alive and well in Monterey County. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. My daughter used to watch a movie. It was a Pixar movie, Robots, and it said, fill a need, or I'm going to screw this up, I know it. It said, see a need, fill the need. And that's exactly what HCD and ITD did. We saw a need and we filled that need with the GIS system. I'd like to just thank Frida Escobar. She is no longer with Housing and Community Development Department, but really this was the brainchild of hers and Daryl Taylor Tyler, thank you, that's sitting next to me here, GIS analyst with our ITD department. This is really his work and carried that since 2018. So thank you for allowing us to receive this award. I think this truly is yours. And Dina Northcutt, who has been working on this within Housing and Community Development as a management analyst. So I just offer them the opportunity to say a few words as well. But thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lundquist.
This is quite an honor. That's all I have to say.
Everybody gets a chance.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. The development of that GIS app was very organic. Serendipity played a big part in it. Things just sort of fell together and opportunities were there to be realized. So it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to add, I know that there was a lot of other submissions from our colleagues within other departments. In a time of COVID, there was a lot of health concerns that the county was experiencing. The health departments were presenting a lot of innovation through their programs. So although we received this award, I also want to congratulate them on the innovations that they were bringing forward within each of their respective departments. Thank you again.
Thank you. And I'm going to take license and speak first before my colleagues, because you have no idea what your work did for the people of District 5. Honestly, it not only helped people be able to navigate through the system to find out where do I not go today, but I honestly think that you helped tip something. And that is that now more people who live in the district are able to enjoy car events because they know what to anticipate. And that's a huge, huge change. So I just think all of the county staff who worked to develop this innovative tool, I mean, it really made a big difference. The number of complaint calls that my office gets through Car Week, and it's now more like Car Month, but through Car Week has just declined so much more. And I know that the website has had more than 18,000 hits. So it's really, really something special that you've done. And I also want to applaud CSAC for seeing that innovation and applauding it for us. Thank you for that as well. But I'm looking at the developers of this, and your leadership, Eric, thank you so much. It was really, really has made a very big difference. So let me see if my colleagues wish to make comments.
Yeah, first of all, I want to commend Farah Ting for coming from such a long way to present this award in person. It really means a lot and shows the dedication from CSAC to really show the respect to our dedicated team of employees who led this innovation and made Car Week a little easier and a little bit more coordinated because of your ideas that you implemented. And I know our county submitted several proposals for awards, but you were the only one out of many to receive it. So I just want hats off to you and congratulations, and keep up the good work you're doing. Thank you.
Supervisor would ask you.
Again, to CSAC, thank you for taking the time to recognize all of the incredible innovation that happens in local government in our counties. And the thing that for me just jumps out on this particular award in this project is that it generated from county staff who saw a need, rose, said, here's the solution. And I think that's the kind of leadership that I'm looking for across all of our departments and for every employee that we have here in the county, that you've got the solutions that we need. And we want to elevate and celebrate when those solutions make people's lives better. But thank you for being the messenger of that message today.
Thank you, Supervisor Radascu. Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez.
I just want to congratulate the team. You know, these awards are highlighted at the annual conference in a way that allows other counties to learn from best practices. So I want you to know that the work you've done has impacted lives, not just here, but will likely impact others throughout California. So thank you to CSAC for acknowledging the county, but also this team who made it happen. I think that's critically important, and all those who played a role who might not be in the room today, but might be watching via Zoom. Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the best of what we are and what we can do when we work together. I think this was a great project, and it's a great example of what we can accomplish, and hopefully others follow that model. But thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Lopez. And once again, on behalf of all of us, I just thank you again. I love the cross-department collaboration. Doesn't it make it better? It really does lead to success. Eric, do you have any closing remarks?
mccarweek.com.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you again for all of your efforts. It really has made a difference in people's lives. And thank you, CSAC, for coming down to visit with us today. Okay, is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item? I'm not seeing any, and we don't need to have a motion, so I will simply say thank you to everyone, and we will move forward to item number 9. And we're going to have 3 Mills Act presentations today. And I see that we have our able team coming forward. Good morning, everyone.
This work? Oh, thank you.
Yep. And we are starting with item number 9, which is the Shadow Lane Bird Rock.
I apologize for that. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting staff's reports on agenda items number 9 through 11, the Mills Act contract applications. And so the Mills Act program allows property owners and the county to enter into a contractual agreement where the owner agrees to maintain a qualified historical property and in exchange receives relief on a portion of their property taxes. All 3 of the following applicants have requested that their homes be added to the Monterey County Local Historic Register and that Mills Act contracts be approved for their respective properties. So the first property is located at 3080 Bird Rock Road in Pebble Beach. And the home was built in 1930 and is eligible for listing on the local register as a good example of the Spanish eclectic style of architecture in Pebble Beach and the work of master architect William Otis Rigel. At their May 5th meeting, the Historic Resources Review Board recommended that the property be added to the register. Work plan was submitted, which my apologies, shows how the tax savings would be used to rehabilitate and provide for ongoing maintenance of the home. And the home was appraised as being below the value limitation for residential Mills Act applications. Approval of the contract would result in a property tax reduction or savings to the owner of approximately $20,000 and $800 annually. And so staff are recommending that the board find that both the addition to the register and approval of the contract are categorically exempt from CEQA, adopt a resolution to add the home to the county local register, approve the contract application, and authorize the chair of the board to execute the contract. And that concludes our presentation on item number 9.
Thank you very much. I will just make the quick comment before I come to my colleagues that the Mills Act, to me, is very similar to the Williamson Act in that the Mills Act protects old, usually older, but significant pieces of architecture in our community, just as the Williamson Act protects land in our county. So I'm pleased that we've had the opportunity to have these brought before us today. I noted in the historic report that William Otis Rigel was the supervising architect for the Del Monte Properties Company at the time that this house was designed and built. And it well represents the historic character of Pebble Beach as it was seen through the eyes of Samuel F.B. Morse, who was one of the early founders and developers of the Pebble Beach company. So let's see if we have any comments from my colleagues. Move approval. Yes, Supervisor Rudowski.
Thank you. And I'll make my comments as a group, being that we have three of these Mills Act contracts coming before us today. Let's see here. Should I get my notes together? So I had the opportunity to read a little bit about the intent of the 1972 Mills Act legislation, and spoke a little bit with our planning staff yesterday about it as well. And I understand that the idea behind the Mills Act is really to create economic incentive tools for California, and to allow for the preservation of qualified historic buildings by private property owners, to support things like heritage tourism and other economic opportunities for our community. And that following the pilot program, Monterey County established our own Mills Act in 2014. The ordinance, as it's currently written, states that the Board of Supervisors may, in our sole discretion and pursuant to the terms of the chapter, enter into historic property contracts with owners that are located in the unincorporated area of Monterey County. I'm interested in understanding a little bit more about how the Mills Act has been utilized and evolved over the past decade since we've had the actual ordinance in place. Specifically things like how many, where throughout the county the properties that have utilized Mills Act exist. If there was any consideration to a maximum number of Mills Act contracts that we were intending or expecting to put into place. It appears from my understanding that once a Mills Act contract is executed, that the reduction in property taxes, which can be fairly significant, continue indefinitely so long as the property is maintained for the benefit of the owners. The resulting, and that any one of the individual property tax reductions on the face of itself is not significant, but there is a resulting cumulative value of property tax that is lost for the benefit of public services, not just for the county, but for things like public education and fire protection as well. And I'm struggling a little bit with the issue of equity when it comes to who is benefiting from Mills Act under our county ordinance. When I look at the three contracts that are in front of us today, the cumulative amount is more than almost twice the amount that a minimum wage worker would earn over the course of the year, just in property tax reductions. I'm having a hard time understanding that this was the intent of the legislation when it was drafted in 1972. It seems that two of these three contracts currently meet our ordinance. We're here to interpret and apply the policy as it currently exists. And I'm happy to do that today, but I would like to look to my colleagues and see if there is any appetite or interest in getting some additional information about if we are as a county benefiting from the Mills Act in the way that it was intended, and if there are amendments to the Mills Act that we may want to consider as we move forward, given the significance of the reductions in property taxes that cumulatively could impact our public services. So that would be the ask that I would make of my colleagues, that we, as we move forward with these requests that are in front of us, that we direct staff to review our current ordinance with a GARE lens and to make recommendations for revisions that might be appropriate moving forward.
Is there any further comment, Supervisor Phillips?
No, I just want to move approval.
Supervisor Lopez? Okay, and Supervisor Lopez?
Alejo. But I would just say maybe just staff could cover to my colleague's question on the Mills Act. I think there's some preemption here, right? Because the Mills Act is state statute, but is there an element under the county ordinance that implements the Mills Act to make that kind of modification or address some of the concerns that she's raising? Because I think there is a valid point to say that I think most of these Mills Act petitions that come to us are coming from it seems like one part of the county, and these are very expensive homes, and so I think there's a valid concern there for another day. But so is it completely governed by state statute, or is there provisions to look at this at a future meeting in our county ordinance?
I'll do it. So through the chair, Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. There is a state statute that establishes the Mills Act program. It's voluntary for local governments. So we did I believe at the referral of Supervisor Lou Calcagno at the time, create a pilot program for the Mills Act. And the idea there was to find out how much interest there was and how much the impact to the county's general funds would be. That was in place for 2 years, I believe. We had, I want to say, 5 applications over the course of those 2 years approved. One of them, North County, the Joan Baez House in Carmel Valley, and a lot of them have been in the District 5 area since that time. One of the things we learned in that was that the more valuable the property, the larger the reduction in property tax and the larger the impact to the county's general funds from the collection of those. So there was some contemplation of whether or not to include a maximum number of contracts that we would approve coming out of the pilot program. Instead, there was a value limitation, $3 million for residential property and $5 million for commercial property. But there was an exception provided for that value. So we have had several applications go through that were over that value. And that was one of the lessons we learned in the pilot program, but the value limit hasn't been a large deterrent for approving of those contracts, although we're supposed to be finding that it's a special or unique example that it's in jeopardy and things of that sort. So that's the way it stands in Title 18 of our code, and we'd be happy to take another look at it if that's the direction the board wants to go.
So for my colleague, it's certainly one of those issues that I think merits a discussion, and certainly as incoming chair, I would look to try to have that discussion sometime in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
So for today, I'll second the motion.
okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Can we have a roll? We don't need a roll call vote. All in favor, please, of moving the Simmons home onto the Mills Act, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, very good for that. Thank you. And now we will close item 9 and move on to item number 10. And this is the Grimes home, known as the Donald G. Thompson House.
I apologize. Was item 10 Grimes or was that Mendoza?
It's Partington Ridge, Big Sur. Excuse me? Yes, Donald G. Thompson is the name of the house.
Thank you. So yes, the property is located at 51410 Partington Ridge Road, and similar to the other 2 applications, the applicant has requested that the house be added to the county register and that a Mills Act application be approved for the property. The home is significant as an example of the Usonian architectural style, which was pioneered by Frank Lloyd Wright, and also as the last design of noted architect Rowan Maiden, who's famed for designing the Nepenthe restaurant in Big Sur. At their May 5th meeting, the Historic Resources Review Board recommended that the Board of Supervisors add the property to the register. And so a work plan was submitted, which shows how the tax savings would be used for the rehabilitation and ongoing maintenance of the home. The property was appraised as being below the value limitation for residential Mills Act applications. And approval of the contract resulted in a property tax reduction or savings to the owner of approximately $10,700 annually. Staff are recommending that the board find the addition to the register and the approval of the contract categorically exempt from CEQA, adopt a resolution to add the home to the register, approve the contract application, and authorize the chair of the board to execute the contract. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Is there any comment from the board on this one? Thank you. Any?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. And I think this was a really important one as well, not just because he designed Nepenthe, which I think everybody understands and knows and likes and loves, but this was the last project that Maiden did before he passed away in 1957. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And opposed?
Did we take public input on that one?
Oh, is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this one? Sorry, the Grimes family home. Okay. Yes. I think we see Mr. Kent Seavey here.
Kent Seavey, I'm the historic preservation consultant on all three. At the end of the comments, I would like to respond to Supervisor Askew's concerns a little bit, if I might.
I will see how we're doing on time. How about
Thank you.
that? If not, then I will make sure that the two of you connect. How about
Thank
that? Okay, thank you very much, Kent, for being with us today. Okay, so now we have our last Mills Act, and this is item number 11, and this is the Michael Mendoza and Leah Mendoza home, also called the Hayward House.
And so this property is located at 6 Miramont Road in Carmel Valley. And the home is eligible for listing as the last residential design of noted architect William Shaw, and for its historic associations with the Central California lumberman Homer M. Hayward. At their June 2nd meeting, the Historic Resources Review Board recommended that the Board of Supervisors add the property to the local register. A work plan was submitted, which shows how the tax savings would be used to rehabilitate the historic property. Approval of the contract result. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Approval of the contract will result in a property tax reduction or savings to the owner of approximately $26,100 annually. The property was appraised at $5 million, which is over the $3 million value cap for residential Mills Act contracts. However, Monterey County Code Chapter 18.28 allows an exception to be made to this limitation if the site is particularly important. The contract will result in preservation of a site that would otherwise be at immediate risk of substantial adverse change, and the exception is warranted due to one or more additional factors, such as high visibility, heritage tourism, affordable housing, or other public benefits. In this case, the home is noteworthy as the last design of master architect William Shaw, and for its historic association with Homer Hayward. Approval of the contract would protect the property from the risk of adverse substantial change by creating an economic incentive for preservation and contractually obligating such preservation over the next 10 years. And the contract would generate the opportunity for heritage tourism. A provision has been included in the contract which would require that the property owner make the home available for a public tour once annually. So similarly, staff are recommending that the board find the addition to the register and approve of the contract categorically exempt from CEQA, adopt a resolution to add the home to the register, grant the exception to the property value limit for historic property contracts, approve the contract, and authorize the chair of the board to execute the contract.
Thank you very much. I will look to this side. Supervisor Phillips, any questions or comments on this one?
No, I'll just say on all these buildings that are designated historic, it comes with some real restrictions on them, what they can do with them and how they can try to modernize them. So it comes with some financial risk to it. We worked on a house that was designated at Rancho as a crews were working on it, and once it got designated historic, when we re-roofed it, every one of the tiles had to come back and be numbered and be placed back exactly where it had been on the original. And the guy was shaking his head. Why did he ask to have it historical? But this one is kind of significant. I was fortunate enough to have met several times Homer Hayward. He was quite a remarkable businessman and quite involved in the community. I know his daughters. His son is Bill Hayward is on the board at Rancho Cielo, and he's helping us design the most energy efficient and environmentally friendly ADU on it. So it's significant to have the Hayward House. So I would support a motion when it's made.
Thank you. Any comments, Supervisor Lopez? Any comments, Supervisor Numperleo, Supervisor Rudascu?
I do. And just to be clear, I commend the owners of this property for their commitment and intent to restore and maintain the historic nature of the property. However, in this case, we're talking about a property that is valued at over the $3 million limit. And by including them in the Mills Act, we would be looking at capping their property taxes at $15,000 a year, resulting in a tax loss of $26,000 per year to the county and all of the public services that we're talking about. This would result in a $631,000 investment plan to include things like appliance replacement, skylight replacements, electrical upgrades, and resealing of a concrete pool. I think these are all commendable plans to preserve the property. However, given that the fair market value of the property is above the $3 million limit that that our ordinance for Mills Act and envisioned, I'm not going to be able to support this request today. I do hope that and wish the property owners the best in their intent to preserve the property. But when we're looking at the types of housing crises that we have in Monterey County, I'm just hard pressed, and I'm having a difficult time justifying the loss of $26,000 a year annually for public services, and the cumulative effect that would have when we start seeing any application or more applications that come through with requests for exceptions. So I'm not interested in setting making that beginning down that path of making the exceptions in this case. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Rudascu. So is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item? No,
I
Mr.
guess I
Seavey.
can comment now. My name is Kent Seavey. I am the historic preservation consultant on all three of these projects that represent the Carmel Valley, Big Sur, Pebble Beach, the county itself. Yes, in point of fact, Pebble Beach is perhaps the richest piece of ground we have outside of Carmel, given the amounts of money that are being spent now. As Judge Phillips noted, there are very specific provisions for historic properties in terms of their maintenance and repair. The Secretary of the Interior Standards for the Treatment of Historic Properties has specific requirements that required, in his instance, the numbering and labeling of the tiles to go back on a building, because we're trying to preserve these historic resources as they existed in situ. That means you have to have a willing owner to do that. Some of them are not set up for modern use, but because of one of the provisions of the standards, rehabilitation, which most of them use, you can do a little mixing and matching and changing to get the building back to, or bring the building up to current standards, but by the same token, it has to retain its historic value, its appearance as constructed. In this instance, all three do. I might note that, and I was very, very interested in Mr. Vagnini's exit. I wish he hadn't gone, because we had the opportunity. I was able to give a seminar to all of the assessors from Northern California through his benefit on the standards and on this particular issue. I will note to you that the city of Monterey has 40 Mills Acts. It's about 1% of their budget from tax revenues. I will also note to you that a certain Hollywood actor just paid $40 million for the James House in the Highlands. I'll note to you that the Butterfly House in Carmel, which is known internationally, is up for $22 million. And also, unfortunately, that the Frank Lloyd Wright House in Carmel will be sold next year. It is asking $22 million. I do not think, Ms. Askew, that you're going to lose a buck or two over time for the kinds of obscene amounts of money that are being paid for property in this county.
Thank you so much
I
for your
would
remarks, Kent.
certainly recommend you think about that.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your comments. You're the master around here on this. Okay, so is
Madam
there?
Chair, I'm gonna support this today as our ordinance is today, but I do see your valid arguments and I look forward to perhaps looking at changing this ordinance as we move forward, but I appreciate our staff's work and because the ordinance is what it is today, I will go along and support this application.
I know we have made this changes in the past. We have granted waivers as we are here for houses that have been valued higher than the $3 million limit. Excuse me. So
Move approval.
Thank you very much.
I'll second it with the clarification. There was a public comment made that Pebble Beach was the richest ground in Monterey County.
I'm
I-
so sorry, Chris.
There was a comment made that Pebble Beach was the richest ground in Monterey County. I would argue that that's on the Salinas Valley
I
side, but
must admit,
with that, I'm happy to second the
I
motion.
thought the same thing. So let's see what happens when we talk Williamson Act here. Yeah? Okay, all righty. We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments at all? Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And, okay, so that is a 4-1 with SQ opposing. Thank you also very much for that, for your presentations. And that concludes that element of our budget, of our agenda today. And we will now move to item number 12, which is to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to the North County Land Use Plan and the Coastal Implementation Plan. And this is all in relationship to the Castroville Boulevard, Highway 156 interchange improvements. And thank you, Phil. You did a great job. Just remember to speak into the mic. Okay, and we have Anna Cuenca joining us today. Hi.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the Board of Supervisors, HCD Planning Staff, Anna Kanga, here with Chief of Planning, Craig Spencer, presenting on the local coastal program amendment for the Highway 156 in Castroville Boulevard Interchange Project. On November 9th, 2022, the Planning Commission, and in accordance with Monterey County regulations, the Planning Commission formally recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution and ordinance to amend the North County Land Use Plan and Coastal Implementation Plan Part 2. This was done in order to allow safety improvements to the Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard intersection, despite impacts to agricultural and biological resources. These amendments, also referred to as the Local Coastal Program Amendment, or LCPA for short, are before you today, as well as a resolution of intent to approve the combined development permit. The certified North County Land Use Plan identifies the need to upgrade Highway 156 to provide a reasonable level of service and traffic safety. With the addition of the policy that is summarized here on the slide, the land use plan would specifically acknowledge that safety improvements to the intersection could be permitted despite impacts to coastal resources, provided that the development is found consistent with all other resource protection policies of the plan. The roadway improvements meet the public access needs and provide a stable boundary between the roadway facility and adjacent coastal resources. It also requires that improvements be the least environmentally damaging development available and that impacts to coastal resources are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. The Coastal Implementation Plan Part 2 contains development regulations which carry out the policies of the North County Land Use Plan. This amendment would add regulation and transportation development standards to implement policy 3138. As such, compliance would require that the intersection improvements be the minimum necessary to accommodate safe flow of traffic, resulting in no substantial change in capacity while also maximizing alternative modes of transportation. The development shall avoid and or minimize impacts to coastal resources within the project area, also including avoiding any type of design that would facilitate future encroachment onto coastal resources. The regulations also require that impacts to environmentally sensitive habitat areas be fully mitigated. It provides specific agricultural mitigation that shall be incorporated as part of the development permit, and the design be consistent with the rural character of the area. So because the certification of the amendment is necessary in order to approve the combined development permit, there are several recommended actions within a specific order that the board would be considering today. In summary, staff recommends that the board find the amendment statutorily exempt from CEQA. The board adopt a resolution and ordinance amending both the land use plan and implementation plan. And then in conformance with the Coastal Act, it's recommended that the board directs staff to transmit the amendments to the California Coastal Commission for certification. And then lastly, staff recommends that the board adopt a resolution of intent to approve the combined development permit. This would allow staff to return to the board with final consideration and approval of the permit subsequent to the California Coastal Commission's certification of the amendments. And then prior to concluding our presentation, we'd also like to note that staff also received a copy of the correspondence that was submitted to the board, and we are prepared to answer any questions if you have any. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anna. Are there any questions or comments on this item today?
Well, this is one of the most critical projects anywhere in the county. And the critical thing is this was number one that we insisted on as being part of the Measure X, and the state took it over. It was so important, especially not just for my residents out there, which have safety concerns. I sit in traffic from 4 o'clock on to get to that intersection, and it's a high school there. But more importantly, for the people in your folks' jurisdiction on the peninsula, that's the main way people get in and out. So it has the support of everybody. We didn't think, or staff didn't think, and Caltrans didn't think we needed an LCP amendment. The Coastal Commission seemed to think we did. So our staff, I got to commend our staff for going back and working with the Coastal Commission to start working on that. And I think we're moving in the right direction. The only person I know of that's raised any objection to this is Molly Erickson and this Open Monterey, but no one's ever told me who this Open Monterey project is. Everybody in my jurisdiction fully supports this, whether they're environmentalists, business people, everybody supports it. It's a real safety concern. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Any comments? I will say, as I go down the line here, this project really will provide some much needed improvements at the intersection. And it is frustrating that the process is adding such a significant amount of time to the timeline, but I understand we need to go through all the hoops to ensure that we don't have even lengthier delays from additional appeals. So I look forward to the project coming back to us for approval in February, and hope the Coastal Commission will not delay it any longer. Supervisor, ask you any comments? Supervisor,
Just a
Alejo,
big
any
thank you
comments?
to staff for your work on this. I know it's been a lot, and it echoed the priority that's been shared by my colleagues.
Great. So I would be happy to make a motion to approve the staff recommended actions. We could have a second.
I second, and it's important we move it expeditiously because we're at a threatening point of losing that state funding.
So let's roll on it then.
And
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
could just say just about the community of Castroville. I mean, this has been long in the planning, and another one of those examples that a community is trying to move forward and addressing, improving its traffic, making it safer for cars passing that particular area, bringing affordable housing there. I just want to speak up to say this Castroville deserves it, and much more. So I want to thank our staff for working on this too, but just one of those examples of so many delays just to get the right thing done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item today? Seeing no one coming forward and seeing no hands raised, could I please, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. No, well, thank you very much. That motion passes 5-0. And with that, we are going to recess to lunch and back into closed session. Thank you all so much for your attention and for the excellent staff presentations today. Thank you.
keep it or you?
Mic 5, mic 5. Mic 6, mic 6.
Clerk's mic, clerk's mic.
Mic 8, mic 8. This is mic 10. Should I swap it with mic 8? Because well, mic 8 is right here. Mic 10 was behind the. Mic 11, mic 11. Mic 12, mic 12. Staff mic 2. Staff mic 1. Podium mic. Wireless 1.
Frito-Lay chips. I know. We waste so much time and money on the.
Okay, you ready? Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, December 6th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, Lopez, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisor Root Askew appearing via video conference.
And we will be having our announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Mr. Diego Salas, when he arrives. At this point, however, we're going to move into our scheduled matters. And our first one, first scheduled matter is item number 13, which is to make findings that the county amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Codes are reasonably necessary due to local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions. And I'm looking to Eric Lundquist to lead us through all of this. So thank you and welcome to have you here today.
Thank you, Chair Adams, members of the board, staff. Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. Our Chief of Building, Josh Bowling, is also here to provide support on this matter. On November 8th of 2022, the board introduced, waived the reading, and set today for the public hearing. The recommendation today is to conduct the public hearing to consider adoption of the ordinance to make express findings that the county amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code are reasonably necessary due to local climate, geological, or topographical conditions, and to repeal the 2019 California Building Standards Code with county amendments and adopt the 2022 California Building Standards Code with county amendments. Just a little bit of background, the building code cycle is every 3 years, which is why you're seeing the 2019 to the 2022. By state law, this code cycle, the 2022 California Building Standards Code, will become effective January 1st of 2023. Should the board adopt the ordinance today, which is December 6th, the ordinance will not become effective actually until January 6th of 2023, that being the local amendments. But January 1st, this code will become effective even if the board elects not to adopt the ordinance today with the local amendments. The local amendments allow the county to make more restrictive changes or modifications to the code, again, that are reasonably necessary because of local climate, geographical, or topographical conditions. Our code, the Building Standards Code, is contained within Title 18, certain sections of that particular title, and therefore we're asking to repeal and replace with the 2022 California Building Standards Code with the local amendments that are being considered herein. Just as a bit of information, the 2022 edition is contained within Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations, consisting of the parts that you're seeing there on the screen, 1 through 12. There are a few parts that had no change this particular year. You're not seeing the historic building code, or actually you do see it there, Part 8, but it had no changes this particular year. The California Building Standards Code has evolved. It used to be the Uniform Building Code back in the 80s. There has been some pretty significant changes throughout the years. However, this year, most of the changes are to catch up with California state law and for internal consistency with the documents. Before you saw the creation of the Part 11, which is the California Green Building Standards Code, or Cal Green. You also saw major shifts in the residential code that required sprinklers within single-family residents. This particular cycle, again, there are just some minor cleanups. Most of the changes really come into place with the electrical code. We're seeing the encouragement of heat pumps, electrical ready requirements, expanding solar and battery storage standards, and strengthening ventilation requirements. You might recall from a past meeting, our sustainable program presented an item to the board asking the question if the board wanted to do a REACH code. This is not being considered today. The board's direction with respect to the REACH code and EV requirements, that will be considered subsequent to the consideration of this for the streamlining of the ordinances. I believe the sustainable program has submitted a memo to the full board The local amendments, again, are pretty minor. Some of them come from the fire department. The various fire districts in the county have met and put forward its recommendations. Those recommendations are carried forward within the ordinance that you're seeing today. Art Black, who is a consultant with some of the districts, is available, I believe, via Zoom, should you have any questions regarding the fire code and the recommendations from the various districts and departments throughout the county. There was one particular change with respect to fire that I would just like to call attention to because it does have the ability to affect our cannabis operators in a good way. And that is to waive the fire sprinkler requirements when approved in buildings less than 500 square feet. And this is really to capture the cargo container aspect that the board's been considering, whether to have temporary or fully permitted cargo containers. And so this would make those F1 occupancies much more streamlined, and the fire department does support that recommendation and is seeking the board's consideration on that today. The other change that you're seeing there on the screen is there is a fire warden a county fire warden specifically called out in the code. Since we don't have that position currently filled, we're recommending that that be the chief building official rather than the fire warden or his designee. So if there is ever a fire warden position filled within the county, the chief building official may designate the county fire warden to serve in that capacity, or we can do a code amendment that would come back and reestablish the county fire warden as that enforcement official. Pretty straightforward. Also in your packet, before I get to the recommendation, are a list of the changes of Title 24. Their exhibit attachment B. We can answer any questions that you might have on those. Again, most of it is to bring consistent with state law that's emerged throughout the last 3 years. The other are to clean up some internal consistencies. Also attached are the energy code changes in your packet, and I mentioned those earlier in the presentation. And so with that, it is staff's recommendation to hold a public hearing and to make expressed findings that the county amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code are reasonably necessary due to local climate, geological, or topographical conditions, and to repeal the 2019 California Building Standards Code with the county amendments and adopt the 2022 California Building Standards Code with county amendments. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have on this information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Lundquist. Let me see if my colleagues on the board have any questions, and I'll start at the first hand raised.
This is a bit obscure, but I do have a constituent who's continually complained about the requirement that at every well, specifically because the size of the electrical connection, a 110-volt outlet be installed. It was a weird requirement before, and I know I had brought it up with the department in the past, and we said when we accepted the code in the future, we'd consider removing that as we could locally. I'm wondering if that was done in this draft, and I apologize for it being so late.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay.
May I ask Josh if he's got any?
So I'll just
Josh is feeling a little under the weather today, so I
Oh,
apologize for him.
theme here.
Supervisors, Joshua Bowling, Chief of Building. My understanding, it's within the electrical code that it's required, and we wouldn't be able to repeal it because then we wouldn't be more restrictive. We would actually be going the opposite of the way the electrical code would like it.
So I don't know that it's in the code. I think we adopted it last time, it being more restrictive for some reason. But the concern was specifically from industry for ag wells. They don't want to encourage people messing around with electrical near their
ag wells and adding an outlet.
Encourages
near
people
that.
to go plug in and spend time around.
I can
the well.
understand that.
Yeah. So if not, maybe we could come back with a cleanup on that. And
We can take a look at that and come back with a cleanup on that
Great.
if
Thank
it's in there.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Supervisor Phillips, have you any questions or comments on this item? Okay, Supervisor Leho. And thank you, Supervisor Root asked you. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item today. Seeing no one coming forward, I'll just make the quick comment that I really thank the staff for moving forward on this. And I particularly appreciate your working with the fire districts and others for input. I think that was a really important item. Okay, so that's item number 13. Could I have a motion to approve? Thank you very
Second.
much. And second, all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Hey,
Roll call now.
roll call.
Oh. Yeah, okay, that's right. Thank you very much. Okay, we need a roll call vote. Very good.
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu.
I know she's commuting between here and Monterey, so she could be on the dead zone.
Oh, okay. And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. With that, the motion passes, and we will move forward to item 14, which is again to conduct a public hearing, this time on 9 Williamson Act applications. I'm sorry, Supervisor Ruascu isn't present for this one.
Just a moment.
We're having some difficulties. We'll be with you right now.
Madam Chair, this is Wendy. I cut out briefly as I was trying to vote an aye on that last one. If you're still able to take that, and I am, I'm here again. Thank you.
Thank you for weighing back in, Wendy.
Okay, I think we're
Okay, thank
ready
you.
to begin now. So good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the board. I'm Kayla Nelson with Housing and Community Development, and with me today is Nadia Garcia with the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. Each calendar year, the Board of Supervisors must consider Williamson Act applications to establish land contracts. The Williamson Act program is the outcome of a law formerly known as the California Land Conservation Act of 1965. And offers a property tax break to property owners who voluntarily enter into an agreement with the county to restrict their land for commercial agricultural use and a limited number of compatible uses. This statute protects over 16 million acres of California ag land today. In Monterey County, we have approximately 799,000 acres of land under Williamson Act contracts. Williamson Act contracts are established with an initial 20-year term, which renews annually on January 1st of each succeeding year to add one additional year to the term. The County of Monterey provides two options for landowners who wish to restrict their land to commercial agricultural uses. The programs are 1, agricultural preserves, and the two programs share the following qualifications. First, the land must consist of 100 or more acres. However, land of 40 acres or more may be eligible if the board finds that these are necessary to preserve the unique characteristics of the surrounding agricultural enterprises. Second, there must be a history of land being used primarily for the commercial production of food or fiber for 3 of the past 5 years. Third, the property must also generate at least $8,000 annually in agricultural gross income during 3 of the past 5 years, or recently improved land must have the potential of generating $8,000 of gross income during the next succeeding year. Fourth, the land must be consistent with the county's general plan. And lastly, the property If the property is within 1 mile of a city, that city shall be notified for their right to protest the application. Farmland Security Zone, commonly referred to as the Super Williamson Act, has an additional requirement that the land under contract be at least 51% predominantly prime, farmland of statewide importance, or unique farmland. These are soil designations by the state and typically include row crop. Under this program, a property owner receives a greater tax reduction. This year, we have 9 applications for your consideration, 7 for farmland security zones and 2 for agricultural preserves. Staff's applications 1 through 8, or staff recommends applications 1 through 8 be approved, and application 9, the De Santiago application, be denied without prejudice. Staff will go over the De Santiago application in this presentation. The 9 applications total 43 parcels and approximately 6,300 acres. This map shows in green all the land in Monterey County recently under Williamson Act. Approval of the recommended 8 out of 9 applications would add 6,100 acres to the approximately 799,000 acres of presently contracted Williamson Act in this county. This slide shows the location within the county of all applications being considered today. The applications are located from South Salinas to the San Miguel area of close to the San Luis Obispo County line. And now I turn the presentation over to Nadia for further discussion.
And before the applications are considered by the board, these are reviewed by the Agricultural Preserve Review Committee and the Agriculture Advisory Committee. The Ag Preserve Review Committee is comprised of county department staff and the Ag Advisory Committee of residents of this county who represent an agricultural interest. These committees review the application materials provided by the applicant against the requirements of the respective program. In this slide, staff has broken down the recommendations on the 9 applications. Applications 1 through 8 highlighted in green are recommended for approval as they meet the requirements of the respective Williamson Act program. And application 9 for De Santiago, highlighted in red, is recommended for denial without prejudice as the application does not meet the requirements of the Farmland Security Zone program. The recommendation is consistent with the recommendation by the Ag Advisory Committee. Application 9, the De Santiago, is for farmland security zoned over 178 acres, and it's located in the Foothill Road area in Soledad. Last year, the board continued this application to this year round of applications in order to allow the applicant 1 additional year to comply with filing of a minor subdivision map on this property that would have made 2 of the resulting parcels eligible for farmland security zone. This application has been continued since 2014 for the same reason. To just further explain, as currently configured, the De Santiago parcels do not meet the 51% or more predominantly prime requirement to qualify for a farmland security zone contract. The land is 1 legal lot of record comprised of 2 parcels. This graphic here, I don't know if you can see my cursor. The middle graphic is what shows that it does not meet the 51% predominantly prime. Last year, the board allowed 1 last continuance subject to filing a final subdivision map with the county recorder and resubmitting a revised application material, which would have included new lot configuration by September 15, which is the deadline for the Williamson Act applications. That did not occur. Furthermore, staff has learned that the minor subdivision tentative map approval has now expired. Therefore, staff is recommending the board deny this application without prejudice. A without prejudice recommendation or motion would allow the applicant to reapply in the future. The assessor's office estimates that the annual net tax loss for the 8 applications recommended for approval today is approximately $246,000. That amount of annual tax revenue loss would go down to about $118,000 if the state would issue subventions Local governments used to receive annual subventions on the foregone property tax revenues from the state. Unfortunately, the subvention payments were suspended in 2009. Nevertheless, there is a greater economic benefit in the conservation of agriculture. In June of 2020, the Ag Commissioner published the Economic Contributions of Monterey County Ag Report, which estimated that agriculture in this county contributed 11.7 billion to the economy in 2018 alone. Applications 7 and 8 are within 1 mile of the city of Salinas, but outside of that city sphere of influence. A notification letter of the Williamson Act applications was sent to the city and no objection has been received to date. In conclusion, staff recommends that the board approve applications 1 through 8 and deny without prejudice application 9 for the Santiago. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. And now before I take comment from my board, I'll see if there's any member of the public that wishes to make comment or have questions on this item today on the Williamson Act, the public hearing that we're holding. And are you seeing any hands raised?
I'm not.
Nope, nor am I. Okay, no, I'll bring it back to the board for questions and comments.
I'm happy to move approval and just state that I think we did this last year and I'd appreciate us doing the same, which is to once again send a letter to our legislative representatives as well as the governor asking for the funding that used to come from the state for this program to be reinstituted.
Got it.
I know it's a long shot. I'm getting the look from the former legislator down there, but I think it's necessary.
I would second that, Supervisor Lopez.
And
They're bouncing up here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
but this is important, the Williamson Act, to allow us to preserve our prime farmland. And that's the only thing that keeps Salinas and our Salinas Basin different than Silicon Valley. If it wasn't for our prime farmland, we would probably be a big city. So it's essential to our economy. So I support the motion.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor. Excuse me, and now I'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
I would just agree with all of my colleagues. I mean, the Williamson Act is the most, I think, most powerful and the most important conservation program for agricultural lands in California. And it's always proven to be successful. The unfortunate side is that the monies that the state used to provide were removed when we were entering the Great Recession. But even when we had record surplus, the legislature and the governor didn't see the wisdom and placing those dollars back to help local governments conserve these lands. And now here we're having to pony up most of that money. But I agree with your legislative action. It's sometimes they need to hear from many local governments making the same call that they should put, when they have record surpluses, they should be putting money in to help us with this conservation program.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Ruescu, have you any comments to make?
No questions or comments, just happy to support this.
Thank you so much. And I do not see any hands raised from the public. I do see one hand raised now. Okay, let's go back there. Can you tell me whose hand that is?
Mary Perry.
Okay, so
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Deputy County Counsel Mary Perry. Just as a point of clarification, as far as writing the letter to the state, would you like that to come from, for example, the planning department or HCD or the CAO, just as a point of who should sign the letter that was recommended?
Point of clarification, Eric's avoiding eye contact, but I'd love it to come from Eric and perhaps signed by our chair. I think that would make the most sense.
that sounds good to me as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question.
I would just say, usually to circle in Annette Diadamo, who's our legislative coordinator, and also with our lobbyist, Ashley Walker, just so they're all on the same page.
Great, thank you. Good suggestion. Okay, so I believe that we have a motion and a second. Okay, could I please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Ruescu,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. It went very well.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing the letter. So great. All right, so we will close item number 4 and move into item 15, which is something that a number of us have been working on rather diligently for a while. And I'm happy to see our good partners here from around the county. So I'm going to welcome everyone to the 3rd Monterey County Regional Water Forum. Oh, for how long?
Yeah, I think unfortunately, I think some of our participants were expecting a 2:30 start. Hopefully they'll get here sooner and we're Brent is close by. I'm not sure about Donna. We'll try and get a hold of Donna.
Thank you. Well, we're just so efficient and so effective today. We're moving forward in advance. Thank you. Okay, so we will take a break, yes, for about 20 minutes and resume at 2:25.
Yeah.
So we're just doing it. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We have a number of people here, and we have an additional 52 people online listening to us. And I want to make a special welcome to our Supervisor District 2 elect, Glenn Church, who's with us today. Thanks for coming over to be with us. This is terrific. Okay, so I'm very happy to start off our Regional Water Forum, which is item 15 on today's board agenda. And I'm very thankful that we're going to be able to have this forum. It's our third one. And why I'm particularly pleased is that today we're going to have two guest speakers that I think you will find both interesting and engaging. And I'm going to give the honor of introducing our two especially honored guests to my colleagues who are also pretty wonderful people seated in the front. And that's Brent Buki, General Manager of the Water Resources Agency, and Donna Myers, General Manager of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And they will be taking us through our forum today. I specifically want to thank Sarah Hardgrave, my Chief of Staff, who has put so much effort and energy into herding the cats that I can tell you all are, to get us all on the same page. And I'm very thankful for her engagement. She does a great job for all of us. The two people that we're having today, the first is going to be Tim Quinn, who will be, as I said, formally introduced by Donna and Brent, and then also Emily Finnegan, who will be on Zoom, and they're our guest speakers today. But the thing that I'm really hopeful about is that after hearing these presentations, that we as a Board of Supervisors and you as directors of different agencies and staff of different agencies would be interested in requesting our water agency partners to continue forward with the potential of pursuing funding opportunities to further explore a framework for a regional solution to the water problems that have been vexing us for so many years. Please excuse me. So I'm going to turn it over to Brent and Donna, who are going to do a recap of the forums that we've had so far and what we've done since September. So with that, I will turn it over to Brent Buki and Donna Myers.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, Board of Supervisors. This is Brent Buki, General Manager for the Water Resource Agency. So this is our third regional water forum. Back in September, we held a forum and we heard from all the local water agencies and regulated utilities. And we learned that we need to continue to coordinate and collaborate across all entities and with our other stakeholders in the interest of creating a regional solution for Monterey County. So since September, we've identified some example processes that have been done in other areas, specifically the San Joaquin Valley, with the Department of Water Resources Facilitation Support Services. They have funding support to continue the regional dialogue and invite to speak and they've been invited to speak today. They will be making presentations to the board. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to start with inviting Mr. Tim Quinn to the podium. Did you want to make any comments?
I just wanted to thank the board again for hosting the third forum, and excited to hear about Mr. Quinn's experience with some of the folks he's working with over in San Joaquin Valley. And just excited to hear a little bit more about how we can look at this, an idea for a framework of continued engagement across the water issue for the county. So thank you for hosting, Chair Adams.
Thank you, Donna. Tim, I think you're going to have to introduce yourself to all of us here.
I'll get to that on slide 2.
Madam Chair, I'm back on as well. Supervisor Alejo, thank you.
Adams and other members of the Board of Supervisors, it's a pleasure to be here and talk about something I never thought I would be passionate about governance. And that is how you structure processes to make decisions that amount to good policy. But here I stand, and I am passionate about governance. Can I get my slides up there or whoever?
That's Sarah.
On this one. So, but we're not zoomed in.
I always need IT assistance. and there's no grandchildren around.
So.
Okay.
We have to zoom in, right?
That's why I loaded it here.
Nope, that's the next one.
Right here.
I've got a thumb drive right here if you need one.
It loaded on the desktop. It's open.
But it has to be, we had this, yeah.
How do you get out of it?
I just want to know, is this coming out of my time?
Which one is it on your desktop? No, we've saved you a lot, so you can. That was what was open already? Yeah.
Well, a few remarks while we're getting these slides up. I was the executive director of the Association of California Water Agencies for many years.
But you gotta be
So I'm not unfamiliar with some of the water conflicts you're dealing with here in Monterey County. And I will tell you that it certainly looks to me like a facilitated collaborative process would be useful for you to figure out what your future looks like. That is in the end up to you. And I want to promise you going in, I have no opinions about some of the things you're arguing about here. I have no opinions about the Cal-Am project. I have no opinions about Pure Water or One Water Monterey or Carmel Creek. What I'm here to talk to you about is how do you structure a process for making decisions in a complex environment with a lot of players who don't agree with each other or like each other going into it. And I'm speaking from experience, hoping to see a slide pretty soon. I never thought, I'm an economist by training. So I worked, my first job was I worked for a very capable trial attorney who was the general manager of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Don't hold that against me. It's a great place to work. But attorneys are winner take all. I'm going to win, you're going to lose. I'm an economist by training. I'm into mutually beneficial exchange. That's why I made such a good partner with my first boss. Collaboration has always come naturally to me, although I didn't think about it that way. But over the course of my career, I have learned about collaboration and governance the hard way in the school of hard knocks. How are we coming?
Need to be transferred over as a panelist.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I've been in California water a long time. I would date the beginning of my career in 1977. I returned. I was actually on the White House staff for Gerald Ford, and when I came back, I was 25 years old, so I didn't have a position of much importance. But when I came home, I got back to writing my PhD dissertation. There we go. Thank you. But it's not advancing. Can somebody advance it for me? I hate saying next slide, but it looks like that's what I'm going to do. Thanks. Why don't you just go until the end of this slide? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more. There we go. Whoops, back one, please. Back one. Okay. I started my water career in 1977. I was writing a PhD dissertation in economics at UCLA, working at the Rand Corporation with some very gifted water economists. And that's when I got bit by the water bug. And a warning for you is once you're bit, there's no cure. And that's how I spent my entire career from starting in 1985. I spent 22 years at the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. A great place to work if you were into changing the world of water, because that's what my bosses wanted to do. I was most of that time a deputy general manager, so fairly high up the food chain. I became the executive director of Aqua in 2007, stayed there for 11 years. When I retired, my phone rang and it was Stanford University offering me a visiting fellowship, which you could have knocked me over with a feather. I said, well, what do you do as a fellow at Stanford? They said, pretty much anything you want. So I decided to turn it into a retrospective on my career, what had worked, what didn't work. And I wrote a paper about that, which I'll talk about in a minute. Then based on what was in that paper, I wound up as the executive officer, and this is how I'm speaking to you today, for the San Joaquin Valley Water Collaborative Action Program, which is a big tent collaborative where differing interest groups are trying to get on the same page in the San Joaquin Valley, and they're having some success. Next slide, please. This is the paper. I call it the 40 years paper. In the water business, there was a lot of speculation. Once you bring up the right-hand side, a lot of speculation about what Tim was doing at Stanford. What did Tim learn at Stanford? Well, the answer is next. I learned that governance is the most important decision you make. Whether you're chasing a peripheral canal in the Delta or a storage facility, how you make decisions about that question is at least as important as the answers that come out of the end. Get the process right, you'll get the policy right. Next. But we don't think much about governance. We never think about it systematically. And I've gotten to where in recent years, I spend a lot of time thinking systematically about what's the best way to structure a decision-making process to maximize the chances of getting good policy out of the end. Next. And the case I make in the paper is the only way to make decisions in California water in the 21st century is through a collaborative process. I'll describe more what I mean by that in a minute. In the middle of the 20th century, we made almost all of our decisions through adversarial processes, go to court, go to the legislature, try to get 50% plus one of the vote so that you would win and the other side would lose. That does not work anymore for a variety of reasons. Next, please. When you're talking about collaboration, I immediately start thinking about coalition building. How many of you haven't been involved with trying to write that letter to your senator or somebody that's got 82 signatures and logos on it? You're building a coalition to support your position. But at Stanford, I realized that there are different kinds of coalitions. Next, please. Next. Thanks. The first one I call warrior coalitions. This happens in your silo, where you keep saying the same stuff you've said to each other for years, and you try to build your silo strength as big as possible so that you can defeat in a winner-take-all battle those that don't think like you. It's not unlike that's Cassius Clay, soon to become Muhammad Ali, 1964. If you're in a warrior coalition, your objective is to put the other interests on the mat, and that's Sonny Liston lying there in 1964. Next, please. The other kind of coalition, the one I'm going to be talking about for the rest of the time, I call them collaborative coalitions. And they're hard to do. You have to leave your silo. You have to compromise. And every time you compromise outside of your silo, you're making somebody inside your silo angry, but that's what it takes. And the objective is not to put the other folks on the mat, it's to help each other get to the top of the mountain. From these two images, it's not hard to figure out which kind of collaboration I think is best and which I think you should strive for. Next. Turned out, give me 2 clicks. There we go. 2 clicks. One more. Thank you. That paper I wrote got very wide readership. I'm a well-known figure in the circles of California water policy after spending 45 years at a pretty high level. It was especially read in the San Joaquin Valley. And as I started to talk to people about this paper, what I began to realize, I had always thought of the San Joaquin Valley as a place where conflict will always reign. And frankly, didn't expect much in terms of a collaborative process in the San Joaquin Valley. But I was wrong. I was wrong largely because the stakeholders in the valley are new and they want to try to work together to find policy. And that was true. Next slide, in the water supply community. It was true. Next slide, in the agricultural industry. That's our largest caucus, by the way. In the environmental community, and in local organizations, be it universities or public interest groups or counties. There was clearly a desire to change their ways and try and find a path towards collaboration. Next. And we tried to capture that. I can tell you when the San Joaquin Valley Water Collaborative Action Program, that's a mouthful, so I'm just going to call it CAP. And that's not the Central Arizona Project. It's a collaborative in the San Joaquin Valley. It was started on September 21st, 2020. Initiated by myself. I had my Stanford hat on at the time. There were people from the Cal State University, Fresno, and various stakeholders that were, so it was a group of maybe 6 or 8 of us that were talking at the time, and we said, let's have a Stanford uncommon dialogue. This is something that Stanford does from time to time. They've had 100 or so over the last decade plus. And you pull people who just don't think together or get together very often, and then you have a structured discussion. And this structured discussion was about, are you interested in trying to do a collaborative process in the Valley, as opposed to the fights you've been having with each other for the last 50 years? We had the co-chairs of this effort were Buzz Thompson, who's a very prominent attorney and water expert in Stanford's law school. And some of you may recognize Ashley Swearingen, who was a 2-time mayor of Fresno and is now the chair of the Central Valley Community Foundation. They turned out to be ideal leaders for this effort. And of those 50 participants, we've done everything, by the way, virtually, which is, I wouldn't recommend that. It's not easy to do a complex collaboration entirely electronically, but almost everyone had something to say. And I mean everyone. The next slide, please. You can just go 5 clicks. 1, 2 more. There we go. We are organized according to what I will call caucuses or their interest groups. The first is the safe drinking water and disadvantaged community advocates. They are not used to sitting at the table with equal weight to everybody else. They're used to being sort of collateral damage to whatever else is going around them. Here, we wanted them to be bona fide decision makers, but not just for their issues, for other issues as well. We have 10 environmental non-governmental organizations. We have local government represented, although I want to grow that. We don't have enough local government representatives. Farmers in the agricultural industry, interestingly, they are our largest caucus and a very active caucus. And then last but certainly not least, we have the water agencies from Kern County on up to San Joaquin County represented. And I want to emphasize here that when we started this process 2 years ago, everybody pretty much had their heels dug in. The safe drinking water people were antagonistic to everybody because they are often collateral damage, and so they don't trust a lot of folks, and they're having to work themselves out of that. All of the environmentalists were saying, all you need to do, ag uses way too much water. All you need to do is reduce your water use, and that will solve this problem. And the farmers in the agricultural industry were saying, well, we just need to build some more supply, and that'll solve our problem. So they were not at all in the same place when we got started with this process. And my job was to find ways to get them talking to each other to come up with common solutions from those disparate positions that they were starting in. To do that, next slide. Thank you. We structured CAP from the bottom up based on principles for a successful collaborative effort. I've outlined them in my paper, but at the top of the list is what I call facilitative leadership. And think about this for a minute. In the middle of the 20th century, leadership was not facilitative, it was top down. It was people like William Mulholland in Southern California, Michael O'Shaughnessy in Northern California. These were powerful men who knew what they thought needed to happen, and they drove the process to fulfill their image of what needed to happen. That kind of leadership is born dead in a collaborative process. You need what I like to call bottom-up leadership. That's a picture of a woman named Betsy Reekie, and she was the most incredible bottom-up leader I have ever worked with. She worked for the federal government, but back in the 1990s, she was a true collaborator and leader in, it wasn't for Becky, for Betsy, we would not have had what we call the Bay Delta Accord in 1994, which stabilized the state water system from a political perspective more than you might imagine for more than a decade. Then it fell apart. The second picture up there on the right, that's December 15th, 1994. I was in that room. That is Governor Pete Wilson, and behind him, you can't tell because it's too small, is Bruce Babbitt, the Secretary of Interior in the Clinton administration. They were announcing the Bay Delta Accord. And what I want to point out in that picture is not the big, powerful people from the state and federal government, all those people behind them, they were all stakeholders. They had all had a part in shaping that that agreement, and they all fervently believed in it. And you need to engage stakeholders with relationships of trust in order to have a successful collaboration. And you don't have that in the beginning ever. You build that over time in the process. Next. I want to mention open communication. I love this picture, and you will relate to it, I'll betcha. That it was described as angry man at public meeting when I found it on the internet. And you have to be prepared to deal with the angry people at your meetings, with people who just flat disagree with you. And you need to listen with empathy, not with here's how I'm going to show you how you're wrong. And that's a different mindset than a lot of people are used to as well. Next. That communication is almost always happening in a big tent. I wouldn't have believed in a big tent when I was in my 40s and 50s. But I now realize excluding people from your process when they have access to the courts that they didn't have 50 years ago is just dumb. And so you need that big tent. When I first showed this to a class at Stanford, they said, Tim, isn't that a circus tent? And yes, it is a circus tent. And sometimes you will feel like you're in a circus when you're involved in a big collaboration. Last, but certainly not least, a lesson I learned early in my career, many times you have to grow the problem in order to solve it. In the San Joaquin Valley, that means you can't just solve the groundwater or water problem alone in isolation. You can't solve the drinking water problem alone in isolation. You can't solve the environmental problems alone in isolation. You have to put them into a comprehensive package, see how they interrelate to each other, build a coalition of support around that package is what gives you political legs when you want to get to yes and have it durable in the political system that you're going to have to go through once you know where you want to go. And then next slide, it doesn't hurt to have a world-class facilitation team. I believe it's essential. If I'm reading Monterey County right, if you want to go in the direction of a collaborative, I wouldn't try it without a facilitator. In the CAP process, we did a national search and had 8 applicants who were vying to provide facilitation services. And the 2 we picked were Jim Waldo and Jim Kramer from Washington State. They had a remarkable resume of success of doing precisely this kind of thing in Washington State and elsewhere. Waldo had been active in California too, and I knew him from those earlier activities. But they really help you get the job done. Next slide. And they've been working with myself and my staff. We are together called the management team. And this is the governance process that we work through. It starts with a group we call the plenary group. There are 75 people in the plenary group. I didn't bring a list of it, but I'd be glad to provide it. It's pretty impressive. I mean, it's got people in all 5 caucuses. Some of the caucus representation is small, some of them are quite large. And then we have a lot of university and other experts that participate in plenary group meetings and provide advice. Next is we just created a steering group. This is 10 people that I now officially report to, who provide the direction and steering for the process. And then occasionally next we have working groups. Actually, I make it sound like we don't use them much. We use them a lot. We don't believe in standing committees, but we do believe in working groups that are focused at specific objectives. And when they accomplish those specific objectives, they're gone. Now, this is the structure of decision making. Next, and then next. The process we use for decision making is here. Our goal is to get as close to unanimous consent as possible and leave some room for individual dissent. In a collaboration, a 51-49 vote doesn't work. It will never work. The 49 will always come back and undo what the 51 think they just got done. So we set the bar a lot higher, quite high. We make our decisions not through individual votes, but through votes of the 5 caucuses. The caucuses meet with all their members, and they collectively, there may be disagreement within the caucus, but they decide, can we support this thing that CAP is proposing or not? And each caucus has 1 vote, and we require all the caucuses are in either support or a neutral position. Sometime we require them to all be in support positions. So amongst the caucuses, we require unanimous consent. And if you don't have it, you're just not done working. You have to go back and try and get it. Let me think about this a minute. It's every caucus here has a blackball. Now you might think that sounds crazy, but that blackball, if the Safe Drinking Water group has the blackball and they don't think that people are paying enough attention to them, well, you have to pay attention to them because they got the blackball. Can stop everybody cold. And similarly, if they want something done, and all the caucuses have very attractive things in this package, if you want those things to happen, you have to care about the other caucuses, or they might play their blackball. So that decision-making structure has been working pretty well. Next slide, in keeping people on loan. And you can go ahead to the end of this one. We have selected a management team and facilitators. We adopted those governance rules that I just mentioned to you. All this stuff went through a process, and then the plenary group made a decision. We have a vision statement that I'm not presenting to you because of time, but I think it's extremely well crafted. We developed a common problem statement. It took 6 months. But if you don't agree on the problems you want to solve together, you're not going to agree on the solutions. And then those problem statements got turned into things that we wanted to accomplish. And we have now written all that down in a 2-page, we call it a term sheet. This came from the Ag Caucus. This is like if you're dealing in real estate, you do a relatively brief term sheet so you know that you're all on the same page before you try and write a detailed contract. And I want to spend the rest of my time, I'll be done soon, talking about what's in that term sheet. The next, please, and just go down till you fill the page up. I build lots of drama in with my clicker when I have a chance, but so these are desired outcomes. We took all of the problems we have identified, we flipped them over into, well, what do you want to do about this? What's your outcome? What desired outcome are you looking for? Outcome number 1 is safe drinking water for everyone. No matter what the hydrology, no matter what the circumstances, we want everyone to have safe drinking water. And most importantly, we want that to happen by 2035. Nobody disagrees that everyone should have safe drinking water, but on our current path, it will take until the 2040s to get there, or 2050s. And our Safe Drinking Water Caucus was simply not accepting that, so we put in the time frame. Desired outcome number 2 is sustainable water supplies, not just for ag, not just for the environment, not just for communities, but for all of them. And we have definitions of what that means. Number 3 is ecosystem health. 95% of the valley of the valley habitat has been lost to development. We want some of that back. Desired outcome number 4. This was really important to our agricultural members. Everybody knows, and I'm going to talk more about this in a minute. Everybody knows agriculture is going to be using less groundwater to be sustainable. They're not arguing about that anymore. They did argue about that for a long time. They're not arguing about that now. But given that circumstance, they wanted a principle that said, we're going to maintain the valley as a major agricultural resource by preserving as much sustainable agricultural land as possible. That's the agricultural principle. Next page, let's just go ahead and click on down. Thank you. Desired outcome number 5 is other people's money. I won't go into detail, but all collaborations need other people's money to be successful. And usually you can justify it from a public policy perspective. We want consistent policies. This essentially means we want the state to get out of the way of what counties and cities need to do in the valley. We want them to align their policies with what the locals need to do. Principles. Desired outcome number 7 is local government resources. Counties, you know this better than I do, they don't typically have the resources to do what the state is asking them. That's particularly true with Sigma. It was a great big unfunded mandate, and one of our principles is to get resources so the counties have the staff and the resources to be effective in doing the incredibly important job they have in implementing Sigma and achieving sustainability. And then the last principle, of course, is we want to make decisions using the best available independent science as possible. Go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about, let me go a couple more, 2 more. This is a little speculation on the executive officer's part, but I can show you everywhere where the participants have talked about this stuff. This looks to the future. What kind of things at a general level do we want to have that are not happening today? Again, top of the list is actions to assure safe drinking water, near term educating domestic well owners, bottled water where they need it, replacing shallow wells or other things that are necessary to help domestic users who are losing access to their wells. We want that fast and responsive. The second is actions to reduce water demand. And we are agricultural participants and the farmers, they know they're going to have to reduce their water demands. They didn't think that 2 years ago. They do believe that's the case today. But they want to implement that program through a land repurposing program through the state multi-benefit land purposing program. The latter is an agency within the California Department of Conservation, and it was created by ag and environmental participants in the CAP process last year in the legislature. We also went, by the way, land repurposing is important to the growers because it brings a couple of things. It brings voluntarism and it brings money. This only works on a voluntary basis. And if you create a public benefit in what you're converting your land to, for example, from agriculture to environmental restoration, you get money paid by the state, and it's got to be enough money to make it worth your while to do that, which is where the voluntarism comes in. This is another rather amazing point to me. Actions to increase water supply. This can be done projects to capture flood flows in local rivers, which everybody pretty much sorted, but the farmers knew that they'd have to look up to the Delta for additional sources of replenishment water as they implement their signal plans. This was not popular within the environmental caucus in the beginning, but we have 10 environmental NGOs who understand why that is a necessary component of a comprehensive policy for sustainability in the San Joaquin Valley. That's a first. You can't name any environmental organizations that have said we're for more water for farmers in the San Joaquin Valley. They were always for the opposite, for less and less and less. This is a big principle for the growers. Next, and then three times again, I think. Yeah. Actions to enhance the environment. We're contemplating the large-scale environmental restoration projects. Again, this will happen as a result of land repurposing. The main reason you're reducing that irrigated land use is to become sustainable, but that creates opportunities. For example, in environmental restoration, and another one that the environmentalists and the ag districts agreed on was developing reservoir reoperations plans to increase water use for the environment and other uses. Again, we want actions to increase local government resources. We've got a work group working on that now. Finally, actions to provide other high-value resources, develop projects for new parks and recreation in the valley, and to promote new low-income impact renewable energy projects. That's principally solar, the picture on the lower right there. We're coming to a close. Next. Where do we go from here? These are the things that are on the table near term, let's say the next 6 months. We approved that sustainability framework that I just described for you on November 22nd. We raised about $520,000 in 2021. That money is now gone. We've raised another $2 million for picking up and beginning now in the future. That came from the Packard Foundation and from the federal government. We're focusing very much on outreach and education. One reason I wanted to be here today. We're looking for near-term success stories so that this collaboration can have some successes and get its legs underneath it. And then we will be reestablishing work groups to define the scope of work for phase 2. Phase 2 is fingers in the dirt implementation, what needs to happen to make these things happen so we have a successful collaborative. I want to finish with this last image. If you're involved, I've been involved in complex collaborations pretty much my entire career. And you always feel at the beginning and at various times then you're like you're on a very long road. But all journeys begin with the first step. You can fill it out now. Here's some closing thoughts for you. I think CAP is a bold step. One more. I don't know why that second box didn't come in. One more. The second box. There we go. CAP is a very bold step, if you ask me. They're doing things that nobody ever thought they would support. They're supporting them now. And there's leaders that are at our CAP table are, in my opinion, showing a lot of courage, and that's required. I believe CAP can be replicated in Monterey and elsewhere if you want to. If you don't want to, it's not going to work. Keep in mind, it's not going to be easy. This is one of my favorite sayings. War is easy. Collaboration is hell. The retired water manager is a person named Tim Quinn. And again, that's because in collaboration, you have to listen, you have to compromise, you have to do things which always alienate at least part of your caucus. And then you need to go back and explain why you did that and get enough of your caucus to support you so you can move forward. I've done that many times and I got many bruises to prove it. A big tent collaboration, however, can easily slide off the tracks or off the road. I probably would have been a better metaphor with this picture. But I think it's really important. And I think we've got this going for us now in the San Joaquin Valley. All the interest groups are prepared to work hard and compromise to keep collaboration on track. That's what I got for you today. I probably went over my time. Apologize.
Thank you. No, thank you very, thank you very much for this presentation. I think what I'll do is take questions from the audience at this point, as well as from my colleagues. I'll start to see if Supervisor Phillips has any questions or comments he'd like to make at this point.
So how long does this process take?
A long time. It's not fast. I'm an optimist, but I'm known as the most optimistic person in California water over my career. It had to be to do what I did. I thought we'd get there, be where we are in 6 months to a year. It's been about 2 years. And you have to take time because all of the caucuses, it's not just the people that are at our table. They're reaching out to farmers throughout the valley and to environmentalists that don't always like what they're hearing. So all that process takes time. We're at 2 years to get to this major policy statement. I'm hoping that we're building trust. The more you build trust, the more you get rid. People are afraid if you give them a big document, they're afraid somewhere in there, somebody's planted something to play gotcha with. And once they stop thinking that, you can start moving quicker. And as long as they are thinking that, you got to take a lot of time to be able.
Well, what happens in the interim when you got some regions that want to move forward on a water project?
You'll identify early success stories that you can get support behind. You don't wait to implement everything until the end. I mentioned early successes. We're looking very hard right now. We've asked all the caucuses, what do you think can be done in the next 6 months that will get done better and quicker if we all work on it together than if you just work on it by yourself. And we've got another meeting coming up on December 19th, I think. To talk about those things.
Yeah, I guess my concern, seeing how some groups are so entrenched in water that they could use this to slow down the process. Well, we don't want you to proceed on a good project up in North County until we all agree on it. And
I'm familiar with North versus South in this county. There's some places it's East versus West.
Well, and what's becoming is the battles on the peninsula is what worries all of us. So that flopping over into our area. So.
Again, you look for early successes. You build relationships amongst the players, and then gradually move forward. We're hoping that we will have a major report out on sustainability policies with detailed recommendations that are supported by all 5 caucuses within a year to 2. And again, I've learned not to be too optimistic on time. One of the things you have to do is be patient, and let the consensus build.
Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor. And Supervisor Rudascu, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
I do have some questions. Just thank you so much for the presentation and all of the additional sort of context around what leadership looks like and what it takes to tackle big, hairy, complicated problems, because that's effectively what we're talking about. I am curious to understand a little bit more about the funding that was used to bring everyone together and what role the Groundwater Sustainability Act played as a catalyst to bring folks to the table, or if it was used as, or is that how is this process being used to advance the GSA work, or is that a separate process? And how did you what was the interface between those conversations?
Let me start with your last comment. We have half a dozen GSAs represented in the CAP process.
Half a dozen GSAs.
That presence is there. There are, of course, lots more GSAs. We want to grow that interaction, brief the GSAs in the San Joaquin Valley about what we're doing, because we do very much see we're looking at implementation of SGMA and then a lot of other things as well. It's not just SGMA, but SGMA was a major driver for getting particularly the ag participants to the table and getting them to take everything seriously. And I was biggest political risk I took in my entire career was I took 7 years to convince the Aqua Board of Directors that they really needed to support something like Sigma, because they started from a keep your dirty hands off our groundwater basin state. But as their members, as the member agencies and the water agencies started to realize how serious the overdraft problem was, that gave away. After about 7 years, Aqua was firmly in favor of Sigma, and we helped write it. And I say that without apology.
Okay, and then the funding side of that, how does that, what's the interaction there?
Well, first, let me mention that the funding is basically to get the people who help get everybody to yes. So it's for our facilitators and for myself and for my staff. That's what the bulk of the funding is for. We also now have a new budget where we have a fairly substantial amount of funds for research, because we know that there are certain places where if we could get the right technical information, that will help us get to yes. So it's things like, we also have a fairly large account to support safe drinking water groups and some environmental NGOs who don't have the resources for their own. It's really important to us that they feel like they're on a level playing field and that they are effective players. And so that's where the money goes. Where we raised it from in 2021, there was a diverse group of funding sources, and I'm not going to remember them all. The Department of Water Resources provided some funds. The Heron Foundation provided some funds through the Cal State University Fresno. We got money from the Resources Legacy Fund, from the California. From the community. I'm forgetting, but it's a community-based funding source, a couple of them. One of them wanted specifically to have their money go to supporting safe drinking water groups that were participating. So it was a wide range of funders, and we raised about $520,000 that way. Then we went through much of 2022 wondering where the money was going to come from, but we did get successful. We were recently awarded a $750,000 grant by the Packard Foundation, who is very supportive of what we're doing, and we are close to closing negotiations with the Bureau of Reclamation for $1.2 million of matching money. They're prepared to match all the money that we have raised in the past and that we just raised with Packard. And frankly, I like the money coming from the foundations, because then you don't owe anybody anything at the table. I never was keen on getting a lot of money from the ag participants, although we did get some in phase one. I like the fact that we have foundation funding, because nobody can say I got this or I didn't get that because of who was providing the funds.
And that's great. And I thank you for attaching the prospectus. The funding sort of budget helped me get an understanding of sort of what would be needed. A couple other questions in terms of, we've been told by our legislators, come bring us a proposal for what you all agree on. Like, we don't want to get called into the middle of your battles. We don't want to have to choose sides. So if you can figure out what you really need and how you want to prioritize it as a region, bring us that package and we'll talk to you and work with you on that. And then the other piece of that is that, and Supervisor Phillips alluded to this, but the way in which we have a narrative that exists here, that we're all entrenched, that all of the different sides and perspectives are entrenched in their point of view. And I was going through my grandmother's old belongings and I found an old photograph of my grandpa and Sam Farr's dad going back, 2 generations, where they were dealing with a battle around water here on the peninsula. And I can see where so many of those sort of historical narratives came from and how they continue to impact us today. But I do think you're right that in order for any path to be successful, we've got to bring everybody along. And I think part of that bringing everyone along means that we have to be willing to look beyond the history of entrenched beliefs or the history of the narrative that continues to play out. I think the narrative is as much a challenge for us as the reality that we're facing. But moving beyond that is something that's going to require a lot of trust building and communication. So this is really interesting, and just reading through the information that you've provided and the opportunity to learn from what you've been able to successfully pull off, I think is really impressive. So those were my initial reflections and comments.
Thank you. One of the reasons that pulled people to the table was they know that if we are together, we will have much more success getting funds from outside. And to have sustainability will almost certainly require some local funding, but it's going to require an infusion of funding from the state and the federal governments as well. And if you're together, you can get that. If you stay in your trenches, good luck.
Thank you so much, Wendy. So Supervisor Alejo, do you have any questions or comments at this point?
No, I was just going to point out for the legislative history, the Groundwater Sustainability Act did not have much of a process. It was one of the points of contention because the bill was a gut and amend on the last 2 weeks of the legislative session. I think the bills were amended August 12th, and I think the session only went to end of August or maybe the first few days of September. So just historic wise, there wasn't a lot of discussions. There wasn't a lot of hearings and community and stakeholder engagement. So I was one of the assembly members at that time. So I just want to point for the record that that was an example of bills being rushed the last minute, which isn't always the best way to carry out policy that has major long-term implications. I just wanted to make that clear for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Any questions or comments at this point?
No, I appreciate the perspective from the Central Valley. I've got a lot of friends there on RCRC who are dealing with these issues, and I know our issues our areas are very different, and I appreciate the perspective from their areas. I've been doing a drought committee consisting of 7 supervisors from throughout the state looking at different potential solutions. And I've heard a lot about this as part of that process. And I appreciate you taking the time to come share with us what you guys have done. I'm not sure how well it translates here at this time, but again, just thank you for taking the time to share your perspective with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I have a couple of quick questions that I wanted to ask before I open it up to the public, and I see we have one hand raised at this point. I'm trying to get an idea of the scope of the problem that you were dealing with.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Forgive me. I'm trying to get an idea of the scope of the issue that you were dealing with, that you had success with. So there was a slide that you had, and it said one of the things that you wanted to succeed in was having safe water for everyone by 2035.
Yes.
So how many people would that be? How many people would need to have safe water by 2035?
I can't give you the specific number, but tens of thousands of people in the
Tens
valley.
of thousands, but not hundreds of thousands.
I don't think so in the valley, but it's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people. And then how many people were in the overall collaborative that you built?
We have 75 participants on the plenary group, and that grew from around 50 when we started. But we have steadily gotten more and more involvement from people who think there's some promise here, even as hard as it is. And everybody knows it's really hard. And I expect now that we've come out with this 2-page document that provides a pretty dramatic policy framework for sustainability for moving forward, I'm getting a lot of interest expressed from people that want to be engaged in the process. So I think that will grow.
Thank you so much for that. So let me just ask a couple for online people who have their hands raised. And the first one is Robin. Your hand is raised. Robin, would you like to ask questions or give a comment? And you're unmuted, Robin, if you would like to just speak.
Okay, I was just made a panelist and unmuted. The process that was being described sounds a lot like the GS formation. It was also a 2-year process, and there was a lot of give and take, and we had all kinds of input and leadership to get it done. But it sounds a very similar process to what you went through in the Central Valley. And my question is, how did you balance ag with the other demands of the water in the valley? Because we have the same thing here, whereas you have the Delta, we have desalination. And I see a very similar process of what you're trying to do there as what we're trying to do here. I disagree with the former comments made. So if you could comment on how ag was asked to recognize the other interests in the valley, and how did you get the Delta project passed? Whereas here it's a desalination project for new water. If you could comment on that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's a good question. There's no simple answer to it. You just go through the time and the patience of getting these people in the same room. And we decided to start our process by developing a common problem statement. And once everybody agrees on the problems, and part of the problem statement, for example, was, geez, we have a 3 million acre foot water supply deficit in the valley when you look at the size of their overdraft these days. And once you start people realizing facts like that, they start taking the process a lot more seriously. But again, we started with getting everyone to agree on the problem statement, which was relatively easy compared to getting them to agree on solutions. Solutions they really get the sharp objects out when you start talking solutions. So we started with the problem set, and then this is another place where don't try this without facilitators. At least I would recommend that you not. The facilitators were worth their weight in gold. They're the bee that goes from one flower to another flower, spreading the pollen and getting people to think a little differently than they were before. And it's an iterative process, but a good facilitator can start getting people on the same page. Again, even though patience. I'm not naturally a patient person, but collaboration has taught me some patience at least.
Great, thank you very much. And next we have John Hunt from the UC Davis Environmental Talks.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. I'm thinking about the safe water groups and the other stakeholders. And I've been viewing most of your presentation in terms of the quantity of water that's available to be divided up among all the stakeholders. And I'm wondering, when you bring in water quality, that obviously affects drinking water, but does that complicate your process, or does the process make solving water quality problems easier in general?
I see more complementary action between the quality and the supply issues than you might think. For example, from a supply perspective, one of the things you want to do is get more water from local rivers. We think about 600,000 acre feet on average a year is potentially available from those local rivers, but that's 600,000 feet against a 3 million acre foot problem. So it gets you about 20% there. Then if you move up to the Delta, where, by the way, somebody said that we have projects in the Delta. Nobody has a project in the Delta. It has been the conundrum of my career. I've been doing this almost half a century and we're still arguing about the Delta. But the Delta's never seen a coalition this large and this diverse coming up with a common ask. And we're going up there with the common ask of, we want to manage atmospheric rivers better. To us, it's not so much what do you do when it's dry. When it's dry, you don't have a heck of a lot of choices because you don't have any water. But when it's wet, we need to start structuring things. By the way, you need to do this for climate change too, because climate change is making us flashier. From a water supply perspective in California, we've always been flashy. We're now a lot more flashy, which means you need to capture that water when it comes, and it comes in great big storms. We need to capture a lot more than we have in the past, and then get it into groundwater basins one way or another, so we've got availability to it when the system dries up. And now I lost my train of thought. I guess so I'll just stop talking.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll go to Mayor Mike Labar from King City.
Thank you, Chair. I found this a very interesting conversation. I just have a few comments. One, I like the structure that was outlined. I think it's very adaptable to our area. I also very much appreciated the water forums. I think having this kind of constant conversation is very important. I would definitely move forward to a facilitated mode. My timing wise, though, I do think that we need to look at having a regional plan in place quicker so that we could capitalize on possible funding mechanisms. But thank you again for keeping this issue alive and bringing it out as a regional group, because I do believe we'll figure our solution out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, we'll go to Tom Versick. And
Thank you, Chair Adams. Tom Versick speaking. I represent some ag clients on the southern end of the valley. And thank you, Mr. Quinn, for your time. Couple comments and a question, probably incapable of answering, but certainly the CAP term sheet with 6 or 8 things on it, it's hard to think that anyone would disagree with those kind of goals. They're all, very much acceptable goals. And I certainly agree, and a couple of other people have covered this, that the Salinas Valley Basin GSA used a collaborative process that was quite similar and used a very good facilitator in the process. So there's some experience with that process in the Valley. And you've answered a couple of the other questions I was thinking of, but my question, and you're an economist, when and where and how does CAP address who pays for what? And I'm not saying there's an answer to that, but that is one of the dynamics that is important in this Valley. It's important everywhere, but it's important in this Valley because the various problems are, you can call them regional, but seawater intrusion exists in a certain location. Desalination can only occur in certain, not other locations. Groundwater levels are good in one place and not good in another. So it's not and I'm going to be very gross about this, San Joaquin Valley, it's not a matter of let's open some more floodgates and put it through more of the canals. These are very specific, granular solutions to specific, granular problems. So, who pays for what, when, and where, I think would be the stumbling block, if there is one. And I'm not criticizing, I'm simply pointing out some differences I'm aware of between the two valleys. And you as an economist, perhaps, have some insight on when and where, and maybe that's phase 3 of CAP. Let's start talking about who's supposed to pay for what. So if you have any insight, that would be lovely. Thank you.
I think you're right. It's always a stumbling block, who pays for what. That will be a topic that we will get to closure on in phase 2, or phase 2 will not succeed. So we know it's there. Again, we intend to work together and get state and federal money when we can demonstrate public benefits that are going on. That will help, but we have to answer that question. I do want to, though, a different perspective on something that you said. You said the principles that I outlined were common sense and everyone would agree with them. I will tell you for sure that not everybody agreed with more water for farmers in the San Joaquin Valley. That was fiercely debated. And we happen to have environmentalists that want to solve problems, so they wound up agreeing with that. Similarly, on the ag side, that they need to cut their demand significantly from what they're pumping today. That was not an easy decision for them to make. There are a lot of really tough decisions in this framework that I said. It wasn't just anybody could agree to this. We were arguing over the wording of that 2-page document that we produced for about 9 months before we thought it was done.
thank you very much. And next we have Deidre Sullivan.
Thank you, Mary. Well, first of all, I'll say excellent presentation. I think no matter how bad we think our water problems in Monterey County are, I think we're also thankful we're not the San Joaquin Valley either. I think this is a very, very promising template. I was very impressed, and I think there's so much promise here. I really want to thank the chair for pushing these forums forward. It is so important to have these discussions and keep the discussions going. I am so glad to have conversation rather than hearing our political leaders ask for shovel-ready projects. I don't think we're going to dig ourselves out of this. It's going to take real, true leadership and collaboration. It's going to be hard work, but I think we can do it. We have no choice. We have to do it. So thank you to everybody that contributed to making these forums happen and all of our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deidre. Next we have John Farrow.
Thank you, John Farrow. Tom Versick kind of stole my thunder. I was going to ask how you allocate costs or when you're going to get to that. But I'm curious, in the San Joaquin Valley, there was a study of agricultural willingness to pay for water projects done by the Public Policy Institute that concluded that the order of magnitude for water projects was in the vicinity of $300 to $500 an acre foot, after which demand reduction made more sense economically. I'm wondering whether that was used as an input to your discussions, whether you plan to look at stuff like that in the future. In the Salinas Valley, there has been, I think there is a need to figure out, based on farm economics, whether it makes sense to move water around or to desalinate it or to get it from some other source, or whether it would make more sense to consider pumping reductions. And I think that needs to be informed by some kind of a willingness to pay study that's grounded in economics. And of course, to the extent that you have other users, like urban users involved, they may be willing to pay more, but they may not have an obligation to cease using groundwater. So the question I guess I have is, when will you guys look at that? Will it be informed by economics, and to what extent will it be informed by differential water rights between urban and ag users? Appreciate there's a lot packed in there, but anything you can say, I'd appreciate it.
Just an easy question for you.
Really good question, and we have to tackle that. We could do a willingness to pay study. I'm not sure how much weight I would put on that, because quite frankly, you got a finance plan when people are saying yes to it. They're saying, yes, I'm willing to pay this much. And we've got a process in which they have the ability to say yes or no. And saying no means something doesn't move forward, and there's consequences for that within the overall plan. So we certainly have to have agreement. For what it's worth, I am an economist. I was one of the early advocates of water marketing in California. And if you'd asked me 30 years ago, if you'd expect farmers to be bidding $2,000 an acre foot on water in the California water market today, I'd have thought you were nuts. But in fact, that's what the farmers are paying these days. So I frankly think there's more ability to pay than sometimes others suggest. But again, in the end, it comes down to, you look them in the eyes and say, this is the package. This is what it will do for you. Are you willing to pay your negotiated share? Yes or no? That's how you that's how you decide if you got the willingness to pay that counts in the political marketplace.
Thank you for that response. Now, let me see if there's anyone in the audience that would like to come forward with a question or two or comments. I know we've got some real water experts and water users and water advocates in the room. Eric. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair Adams, for having us. This is Eric Tynan with the Castroville Community Services District. Castroville, we partnered with.
Eric, I'm so sorry, but could you get closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Castroville has had an MOI with Deepwater Desal. We've had a deal with Cal-Am. We've had we're working with Marina Coast about a pipeline, and of course, we're trying to do maybe work with farmers, maybe an extraction barrier in the GSA. We're collaborating with everybody, but it's not getting us anywhere so far. So it seems like, to some extent, there's a certain group that doesn't want growth, and they're using water to do it. It's just my position, but see your thoughts?
Look, everybody faces the no growth problem. But I don't frankly think that's the policy of the state of California, so I wouldn't let it drive my decision making. Do you guys have a facilitator? The facilitators really do help you, but network with the folks at the table and get them to look at things from a slightly different angle, so that you get people to decide that they really do want to get to yes. If they don't want to get to yes, they're not gonna. But more often than not, in my experience, they have an aha moment, and we realize, my gosh, if we get along together, we're going to get more than if we don't. And once that happens, the collaboration starts to move much more effectively.
Thank you.
Thank you. George Riley, I have just a question in general about, you made reference to land repurposing. What's included in that concept?
Well, we're going to be painting that picture over the next couple of years. But what land repurposing implies is you find farmers who are voluntarily willing to not irrigate, to not pump groundwater for irrigation, and they repurpose their land towards other purposes. Now, that could happen just willy-nilly, subject to the market, and you wind up with a bunch of nuisances out there with idle land. We prefer to have it in a well-structured program that is land repurposing. And again, the main things we're focusing on for land repurposing is ecosystem restoration, renewable energy, solar farms, although that will require some transmission investments in the valley, parks and recreation for a park-starved part of California, new spreading basins and things like that. And I'm forgetting the whole list, but what we'd like to do is work with the counties and with the county boards of supervisors in the valley and come up with a plan for what do we want land use to look like in the future for a sustainable California, San Joaquin Valley. Currently, the land use patterns in the valley are not sustainable, and pretty much everybody you talk to knows that. So we want to come up with a new pattern of use. We realize that we're trading on county prerogatives, and we want to do that in partnership with the counties. And we hope we'll have enough traction around this notion. We really do want to be sustainable. So what's that going to take in terms of how we change how we're using our land?
I'm sorry. Let me see if there's anyone else that wishes to make a comment or ask a question either in chambers or online. I'm not seeing anyone at this point, but that doesn't mean it's your only chance. So thank you, Tim, so much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you for the
I feel
opportunity.
like, Eric's answer, do you want a facilitator? No. That kind of gives us, an idea of where we are. And I say that with all respect and, good feeling. But I feel like there are very far ends of the spectrum that we have. I want to go back to something I still didn't quite get. So we are a county of about, say, 460,000 people. And in my opinion, if we want a regional solution, all 460,000 people would need to be involved in this, because we would want to try to resolve something for the whole county. About how many people were in the whole basket that you were needing to deal with when in the San Joaquin project?
Well, nowhere near 400,000. We had 75 active folks, and all of them were reaching out into their neighborhoods, into their interest groups. So in terms of the number of people who are actively keeping track of us, probably several hundred. And we realized that we need to grow that through public meetings. We now have something to explain to people that has got a very diverse group of supporters behind it. So we realize we need to go through, we're talking about this yesterday, through an extensive outreach program with the counties, with the public, and a lot of other different sorts. And that's about to start now.
Okay, so I don't think I framed my question well. What I'm really asking is what the total population is of the area that you're working in with the San Joaquin region.
Gosh, I don't know, in the San Joaquin Valley, several million.
I thought it was a lot bigger than I thought so. That's good. That's good to hear. Good. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to Donna and Brent and see now if you would like to introduce our next speaker.
I'm happy to do that, Chair. Our next speaker is Emily Finnegan, and she is a public affairs specialist and task 2 lead under the California Department of Water Resources Facilitation Support Services Program. She brings nearly a decade of project implementation and management experience, including providing oversight for implementation of communication and engagement activities on behalf of groundwater sustainability agencies. As Facilitation Support Services Task 2 lead, Emily is responsible for the preparation and administration of scopes, schedules, and budgets for communication and engagement services provided to GSAs via an application-based process authorized by DWR. As part of this management, Emily additionally serves as lead facilitator in over 10 groundwater basins statewide. And I'll turn it over to Emily. I believe she is a panelist and is doing this on Zoom.
Thank you.
And thank you, Donna, and thank you to the board for allowing me to join you all today. Hopefully my audio is coming through as the kind of Oz presence in the room. I don't know, are my slides available to pull up? While you're doing that, as Donna said, I work in a number of groundwater basins across the state, from Siskiyou County and Mendocino County all the way down to San Joaquin County and Kern County. And I'm here with you today to talk a little bit more about the Department of Water Resources Facilitation Support Services Program.
We're working on our technical end here.
No worries. Running a hybrid meeting is always a feat.
Mhm.
I also have them up on my screen if that's helpful.
I think that might be what we need to do. If you can share her screen.
Sure, let me go ahead.
Thank you, Emily.
Oh, it looks like we are
You're
all
up
set.
there.
Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
We can.
Fantastic. Okay. And I am joining you today from Stantec's office in Sacramento, where I am based. Okay. So a little bit about the DWR Facilitation Support Services Program. It's funded by Proposition 1. It's a locally driven process where GSAs or other water management groups request facilitation support related to SIGMA implementation. And the goal of this funding is really to help assist in facilitating discussions with diverse stakeholders on a number of topics related to SIGMA. Stantec has been serving as the FSS lead in supporting this program since 2015. And you can see here on the screen a pretty broad list of services that are covered by the Facilitation Support Services Program. We have some of our facilitators working on stakeholder assessments, which is a pretty standard tool in facilitation to understand the priorities and concerns of various groups. This is often a tool we use in high conflict basins to understand where there might be space for collaborative dialogue and on what topics. We also work on governance development. That was particularly important during GSA formation. As it was mentioned in the board report for today's meeting, there were previous FSS facilitators working with the Salinas Valley Basin GSA on GSA formation a number of years ago. Our facilitators also support public outreach, which includes facilitation of workshops, other public meetings, tribal engagement. We have some facilitators working on coordination agreements with tribes and helping GSAs to better engage tribes during GSP implementation, meeting facilitation, cover intra and inter-basin coordination support, which includes developing of coordination agreements, other kind of frameworks to guide inter and intra-basin coordination, interest-based negotiation and consensus building, particularly again in high conflict basins. Myself and my colleague Lisa Butler are currently working in one basin where there are 8 active lawsuits underway and trying to create some space for collaborative dialogue amongst those groups. Our facilitators work on stakeholder communication, outreach, and engagement. Particularly, a lot of our current requests are focused on communications and engagement plan updates. So a lot of GSAs have done their communications and engagement plans for GSP development, but don't have a clear structure framework for engagement activities during GSP implementation. So we have a number of GSAs that requested that type of support that our facilitators are currently working on. Our FSS support also covers targeted outreach to underrepresented groundwater users. We have one basin right now where our facilitators are supporting an advisory group of domestic well owners and users who are coordinating with the GSA on a number of monitoring efforts and addressing data gaps. And then the last piece there is on the identification engagement of interested parties. That was more relevant to GSP development, though through our communications and engagement plan updates, we do have some facilitators that are working on expanding and identifying where there might be gaps in beneficial user representatives within their basins. We have a number of teaming partners involved in the FSS program that are listed here on the screen. You may be familiar with the Consensus Building Institute. That was the facilitator that was supporting this Salinas Valley groundwater basin back a number of years ago. We have some of our teaming partners that are also working on the development of statewide resources and support. For example, we have CSU Fresno, as well as Global Urban Strategies, who have helped develop some statewide guidance documents and supports. We also have focus interpreting. So there is a no cost translation program for all GSAs where they can request the translation of written materials into a number of different languages. All of that is processed through the FSS program through our partnership with Focus Interpreting and Global Urban Strategies. So this gives a broad perspective of where FSS has historically worked. There's a lot going on. I'm not sure how well you can see it there in person, but the green, yellow, and purple areas are where our facilitators have worked across the state. As I mentioned, you can see there that within our 2014 to 2019 FSS program, we did have facilitators in the Salinas Valley Basin supporting GSA formation, and that was Gina Bartlett, who was the lead facilitator at that time. So what does the process look like to receive FSS support? It starts with the GSA submitting an application to the Department of Water Resources. It's a pretty high level application just to get a sense of some of the current concerns and a sense of collaboration in the basin, as well as what you might like a facilitator to support you with. And then from there, the Department of Water Resources Sustainable Groundwater Management Office staff review the application. They may reach out to the DWR regional coordinator in your region to get their input if there's anything else to consider in reviewing the application. And then at that point, DWR would approve the application and send that over to Stantec, where we would reach out to the GSA to help develop the actual scope, budget, and schedule for the facilitation activities. All of that is under the direction of the GSA. Oftentimes GSAs don't exactly know what to ask for. So that process is really valuable for us to kind of talk through with the GSA applicant, understand what their challenges might look like and what types of activities and deliverables might be most helpful for addressing those challenges. And then the last phase, once we have that draft task order, we send it over to DWR staff to review. Once they approve it, then the facilitator can begin work. I should note that all FSS contracting and financial requirements are handled by Stantec, all the invoicing and direct MOUs with our facilitators. So that is not something that the GSA would have to worry about or manage any time for. I did want to highlight one case study. This is based on initial conversations with GSA staff, understanding that there might be a desire for inter and intra-basin coordination within this region. This is an effort that our facilitators underwent in the Northern Sacramento Valley within the 2019-2020 years. And this was a coordination effort amongst 11 subbasins. A number of GSAs you can see here listed across those 11 subbasins. And the purpose of that effort was really to outline a framework for interbasin coordination activities during GSP implementation. So they came up with some key pillars of what that coordination might look like, what topics and when that engagement might take place. That work also resulted in an MOU across the 4 counties involved in that effort, and the development of some informational materials, some fact sheets and other outreach materials that each of the GSAs could then repurpose and distribute and share amongst their own stakeholders and community members. Our facilitators there also worked on outlining a dispute resolution process. Oftentimes that's not a process that agencies think to develop ahead of time, but we found that to be a really helpful practice in the event through future interbasin coordination efforts that there are issues that arise, that you really have a clear issue resolution process outlined to help you navigate those challenges. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Emily. Let me go to my colleague at the end. Do you have any questions? And Supervisor Lopez, do you have any questions at this point?
Just one question, and is there a deadline for application for this particular process?
Nope, there's no deadline for application. It's also not a competitive process. Applications are accepted on a rolling basis.
Great, thank you.
That's an answer that I was asking, so that's good to know. Supervisor Rudescu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Adams. You referenced the GSA and the subbasins, and when we think about Monterey County, we have an adjudicated basin, we have multiple GSAs, we have whole areas that rely on water sources outside of groundwater. What is this process open to include all of those different partners? So we're not just talking about GSA specific participation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So the GSA would be the applicant, but the process
GSA would be
itself
the
would
applicant.
engage any number of stakeholders or interested parties in the basin. We have one up in Siskiyou County. Our facilitators are currently working on a strategic planning effort that the GSA is leading, but engaging the water master that's in one of the basins where they're working, surface water users, agricultural users, environmental interests, local tribes, as part of the development of that strategy document. So it would be the GSA that would apply, but certainly would include the engagement of all parties.
And when the GSA applies, is there any requirement for like a letter of commitment from a certain number of those participants? What level of sort of buy-in is necessary upfront leading up to an application?
Yeah, good question. It would depend on what, I mean, ultimately it's up to the GSA to apply, and then we work on kind of what the scope might look like based on, what the level of buy-in would be. It may be that we start with something like an assessment to understand where different parties are on particular issues before we actually get into the development of a resource or a process. So we would work under the direction of the GSA to understand what the current kind of level of consensus and current level of engagement might look like, and then work with them to develop a scope around that.
Okay, and I'm going to ask this question. I'm not sure if it's a fair question to ask, but I think one of the challenges that, and I'll just speak personally for myself, that I've had trying to understand all of the issues and all of the players is that sometimes it feels like we really don't have a non-biased, that there's nobody involved who doesn't have some sort of agenda or some sort of, we talk about the narratives that people are bought into. And it's really hard to get a sort of clean assessment of what's really going on, what the maybe there's disagreements, but like, where is it laid out? Like, hey, this is this argument, this is this other argument. Here's where they disagree. Here's where they agree. Is that something that you've been able, that this process would help us get to that? Like, here's the facts as we agree to them or as they're laid out, and then here's areas where we disagree, or where the community disagrees, or where science disagrees. Would you be able to help us get to that? Because even having that would be significant.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something I think I referenced our work down in Indian Wells Valley. At the outset of our FSS work, there were a number of parties that wouldn't engage with the facilitated process, that didn't want to participate in our assessment interviews and in initial conversations. And through that engagement with others, and we did reach out to those parties and explain more about what it is we were trying to accomplish. We have started to open the door to some conversation around particular issues. Sometimes the next step is joint fact finding or bringing together groups to further discuss technical issues. But a lot of the concern there was just around creating a public space for transparent conversations around some of the technical issues in the basin. So, and we've seen that kind of assessment process to be really successful in that basin. So it is something that certainly, as Tim said, takes time, but it is something that our facilitators do have experience with.
And Emily, and I guess just to follow through on that, given that it is simply the GSA that invites the participation, is it the GSA then that continues to own information that flows back out from the result from the process? Because I think that's part of the challenge, right? Is that if we've got one agency that's already sort of put into a pocket of a narrative and of agenda, and then this is the only that any information that comes in flows through that that one voice. How do you get around that?
Yeah, I think in our experience, advising the GSA on making it a public process is really critical at each phase of the assessment. Before we started, you know, as we came to the findings, we had public workshops to introduce the idea and then to share what the findings and have anyone that was interested to, you know, augment or correct us publicly on the findings that we uncovered. So really building that into the process and making sure that there are opportunities for, you know, public involvement to direct the work is critical for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Radescu. Supervisor Alejo, any questions or comments at this point?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm curious, excuse me, Emily, for this horrible voice, but regarding the size of grants, is it that the GSA would present the problem to FSS, and then you would review it and then determine what the appropriate amount would be to resolve the issue that's at hand?
Yeah, so the application would go to DWR first. DWR would review the request, send it over to us, and then we work on the development of the scope and budget with the GSA or with the applicant, and then that would go to DWR for final review.
Great, thank you very much for that. Okay.
Madam Chair, I did have a question to Donna. Isn't some of the things described by the first gentleman, aren't these some of the things that the GSA is doing, trying to bring the various elements in the valley together?
It is, yeah. I mean, I think we're in kind of a unique situation right now in that we do have a big tent. And, you know, we've assigned a number of stakeholder committees, some decision-making, you know, abilities in terms of how their subbase should be thinking about, you know, the next 20 years to get to sustainability. So I think what's unique about us, though, is that, you know, we're reliant on all the water systems and those water providers really to get to some of those solutions. So I think that's where, you know, some of this work still could be beneficial ahead of us because of that dependent on, we do not own any water, any pumps or pipes. So, you know, we're going to have to continue to build these collaborations to get to solutions for sustainability. But yeah, we definitely have a big tent structure right now.
Well, and what's your thoughts about, have you considered applying for one of these grants that they were talking about? Is that something do you think would benefit us?
Yeah, we did use the service for creating the GSA, and of course that became a joint powers authority, of which the County of Monterey is a member, as well as many of the folks in the room here today. And we have, you know, as we make our way into implementation, we're really only about 6 months in right now. But because of our dependence on really source supplies and also management decisions with our sister water agencies, you know, I do think we need more definition, but I think this might be something to look at. We're not using the FSS program right now, but we are using another grant we have to do a facilitator demand management examination right now for the 18400. So we are definitely using the services, but I think the set of regional questions is something we haven't completely wrapped our heads around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to ask questions of Emily at this point? Or any thoughts or suggestions? I'm not seeing any hands raised either at this point. Emily, thank you so much for being with us today. I very much appreciate the work that you're doing. And I really hope that that's the sort of thing that we might be able to benefit from as we look at what we can do to move forward with finding a regional solution to the water issues that we have here.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and I'll make sure that my email is available should anyone want to reach out with any other questions.
Thank you so
all.
much. Was that Supervisor Alejo? Nope, it must have been my imagination. Okay, then I will go back and look to some closing comments and thoughts and perspective from Donna and Brent.
Yeah, I mean, again, I thank the board and Supervisor Adams for, really allowing, I know this is government time is precious time, and I really appreciate the time that your board has put into this discussion over the last year. We're coming up, wrapping up a year here. And I think, as we sort of look back over the last 3 years, I mean, I really think that we all as a society have come to expect the unexpected and to understand that norms are pretty much something of the past. We've been through a lot, and we're still working through both, health issues with the people on the planet, but also the planet itself. And certainly the drought is front and center in many people's minds right now. And I think really what I can bring to the table is that, I have an assigned timeline through my regulatory framework that we have to work in as a GSA. And that framework really is 20 years. And that's not to get or identify a solution for seawater intrusion and overdraft in that time frame, but to actually have a project in place that's showing improvement on those things. And so, every day I wake up realizing that I don't have the luxury to fail even once or twice, because that 20-year time frame is really quite short. But I do think that, really allowing the county and the partner agencies that not only make up the GSA, but actually are agencies that partner in a lot of different ways, really almost on a weekly basis. As I see Paul and Brent off and on throughout my week, or I'm on the phone with them, I do think that the county is in sort of the crosshairs of multiple regulatory requirements, and that we would benefit from drawing some connecting lines across the various needs for compliance and for future sustainability at this point. I think now's the time to ask these kinds of questions, because we know we have more studies and more negotiations and more infrastructure to repair and invest in. And so I think utilizing some of these services may be very beneficial at this point in time. Mainly because we all know that Monterey County's economy is, very reliant on water. And that now we have regulatory frameworks that basically are saying to us that resource has to be left intact for future residents. So, I think we've had good success with some of our collaborative approaches to the work we've done. But I do think that we can grow some of our experience out into our sister water agencies, and also to the public and to our constituents, to really get more clarity on needs, problem statements, constraints, responsibilities, and then building pathways forward. So I'm definitely willing to continue this discussion with my board, and I will be briefing them this week on this meeting. And if the GSA is sort of the conduit that needs to be used to access some of these services from the state, I think, we can certainly work on that with our stakeholder and sister agencies to see what that scope might look like. So thank you for inviting us. And as the new water agency on the block, these forums have really helped us, really help the community understand that SGMA is it means business. It is not a law that we can sort of keep pushing aside. It really does. We have very clear mandates, and if we want to maintain local control, we're going to need to move forward very quickly in sustaining our groundwater sources. So thank you, Chair Adams.
Thank you, Donna. Brent?
Yes. So I really appreciate Mr. Quinn's perspective and the work that they've done. As Donna just indicated, the Water Resource Agency and the SPB GSA meet regularly. Water Resources and Monterey One meets regularly. And what we saw at that last forum was all the entities all had an idea of how to get to the future, and are, in my mind, we're willing to collaborate. And so I've spent the majority of my 30 years at the agency, focused on inflows in the Nosamiento and San Antonio reservoirs. These last two storms, we've seen 10 inches of rain along the coast, and it's only it's about 8,000 acre feet into Nosamiento. There's been no significant flow into San Antonio. And so that's risen from 16% to 18% volume. That's not enough water. And so what we see is that the recent approvals by the California Coastal Commission and the California Public Utilities Commission are important. Not everyone agrees that on the desalination plant or Monterey 1 water expansion, but what we all need to embrace is alternative water sources. And so bringing everyone together, identifying the challenges and the problems that need to be addressed is going to be key. And so from the Water Resource Agency perspective, we definitely want to continue to work with SVB and collaborate moving forward, as well as with all the other water entities. So thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Thanks very much. And I too really want to thank both you, Brent, and Donna Meyer for the work that you've done on the 3 regional forums that we've had this year. Without you, this would not have happened. I also specifically want to thank Tim Quinn for coming down today, making the trip to Monterey County, although I understand that it's his wife and his favorite place to come. So I'm glad that they do that regularly. But sharing his experience and wisdom with us today was very, very important for us to have the opportunity to hear. And then Ms. Finnegan for sharing with us about the DWR facilitation support services. I think that was a pretty compelling discussion. I really like it when you said it's a non-competitive program. You just submit your request and it's reviewed and it's funded. That's really kind of nice. And then you handle all the paperwork with completing the grant management. So that's very, very desirable. I'd like to see what my colleagues have to say about all of this that we've done. And I'm going to start with Wendy because you've been most engaged in a lot of the water things that we've been doing. So do you have any comments or thoughts that you'd like to share tonight?
Yeah, I mean, Chair Adams, I really appreciate that you've committed so much time during your chair year to planning these discussions, moving them forward, bringing in outside experts, and helping us through what is a deeply challenging and long-standing issue that's not getting any easier for our community to navigate. I do fundamentally believe that we have more agreement in our region than the narratives allow for. And I do fundamentally believe that solutions are only going to be possible, like real solutions that meet the needs of our community and actually happen, are only going to be possible when we engage everyone in the process. And I think someone said, a 49-51 vote is great and it gets you through that meeting, but the outcome oftentimes can be changed when you don't have the buy-in of everyone. And unfortunately, we've watched that play out over and over and over again. If there is in fact a path that allows for state funding to help us bring folks to the table, and if we can find the ways to truly hear where everyone is coming from, to engage in some shared fact finding, and be willing to move past the narratives that I inherited, right? In my family, we've walked into these spaces where it's, you believe this and I believe this. And I don't know that's helpful as we try to move forward. So I think it's worth, you've proposed in the staff agenda a resolution, Chair Adams, that would provide board support for our GSA to make this request to move forward. We only have one GSA present or who's commented thus far. We've got others, Marina's got a GSA, we've got adjudicated basins and other water systems. I think it would be helpful if the Board of Supervisors moves forward with our resolution of support for this process, and that Salinas Valley GSA is interested in talking about possibly being the one to submit an application, that we find a way to bring others in so that we can have agreement that this is something that we do want to engage in. And start building that groundswell of support. But I'm supportive of the resolution that's been presented in our staff report today. I think nothing changes if we don't provide the leadership necessary to move us forward. And I think this outlines a really viable next step in the process.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Phillips, would you like to make any comments?
Well, I think everybody's in favor of a collaborative process, and I think we're doing that to some extent on GSA here in the Salinas Valley. And I think we've done pretty good job. But sure, if we can get some other resources to help us in the course of that process. But to me, if you're going to have a collaborative process in this county the way it is, you almost have to have two separate collaborative processes. I mean, the Monterey Peninsula is the one that's got the water wars, and they're the ones that really need the collaborative process. And trying to combine all their problems and animosity and lawsuits and threatened lawsuits and throw them in with what we're trying to do on the Salinas Valley, I think would be cumbersome. If you're going to have a collaborative process, I think you almost need two collaborative processes.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think my biggest concern today is just that I know that we don't have a lot of our ag representatives with us today. I know that they shared with us ahead of time that they could not make this meeting, including with the organizers of the meeting and this approach. And so I'm just a little concerned about, obviously, that one of the gorillas is not in the room here today. And I did reach out ahead of time to ask, and they did not have the materials ahead of time. Obviously, that's of concern. And so I don't know that I'm ready to move today. I do still like the concept of doing something, the process, but I need input from my community. I do. And I know that by scheduling on a day when they let us know they weren't available, that's tough for me. But overall, still in concept supportive, just in understanding that there's no deadline to this. That was why I asked that question, understanding that we can take our time in figuring this out, because I do think one of the key things that needs to happen as part of this is a decision on the type of process we want. We have a north, south, east, west divide, as I mentioned earlier, and really that north, south is in my district as much as we portray those to be North County, South County. That line actually lies somewhere in the northern part of my district. And so I think there's conversations that need to happen to make sure that this is something we can get behind. I was part of the GSA process from the beginning as part of the formation committee. And I know that the process has to be big tent collaborative with everybody at the table and in the room, with a seat that makes people understand that their opinion is valued and heard. And I think that the way that we put together, not just this resolution, but the application is important. And so it's just a cart horse question and who's at the table early enough question for me. But I appreciate the presentations and the information we have before us. Thank you.
Supervisor Malejo.
Yeah, I would agree with Supervisor Lopez. I think we could talk about water all day, all year, for years on end. But I think what we really want is focused conversations. Obviously, with the GSA, it was the formation of a new agency. It was working a lot on formulating the first ever GSA plan or groundwater sustainability GSP, groundwater sustainability plan for the Salinas Valley, that crossed over to two other GSAs and some other local government jurisdictions. So but then the work kind of got accomplished, and then the roles shifted. There's not just ongoing meetings for the sake of it. There are advisory committees, and they're focused on certain aspects of the work that still needs to get done. And I don't want to go a path where we just keep talking for the sake of talking. We know what needs to get done in Monterey County. Obviously, one of the big issues was already decided by the Coastal Commission. There's on the issue of recycling. We know more needs to get done there, and M1W is focusing on that. We know we need to restore our do the maintenance work on the reservoirs. We're moving on that. If we would have got the money from the state, we would have been able to do that already and not put the cost so much on our local ratepayers. And obviously, even on an issue like storage, water storage infrastructure, something that seems so obvious, there's various opinions on it in the Salinas Valley, and certainly hoping that the state would see some wisdom in providing money to offset that cost as well. I think the only new area that came up recently was around desal, perhaps to serve another part of Monterey County. That's more recent. That was a referral by Supervisor Phillips. But these are focused conversations, because just talking about water generally could go on for days. But where you have the disagreements is when specific projects, when specific efforts are done. Then that's when the real negotiations need to begin. I think the only other area that I know Supervisor Lopez and I have mentioned is just seeing also the capacity to have more recycling for the Salinas Valley, from Chular to King City. If some look on how that the wastewater systems could perhaps be replicating some of the tertiary water treatment that is happening in other parts of the county. It's happening in the Pajaro Valley for years now. I think but we know where the opportunities lie, and it's really, I think it's really focused on those conversations. And I think there's already entities that are already focusing on that. I just know that on the other desal for other parts of our county, that's a conversation that's going to come to this board to further explore and have conversations with stakeholders. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. I would just give an example. It seems obvious these days with the housing and homelessness crisis that we have in California, that building housing in Monterey would be very straightforward and easy to agree on. But when specific projects come up, like I did last night in LAFCO, that's where you get the disagreement on something that should be so common sense, so straightforward. And I think that's going to happen with the water in generally. So I would just say, moving forward, I would like to see, if we're going to spend energy and time and resources, have it be focused on specific strategies that would be part of our water portfolio and our sustainability for the future of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Excuse me. Well, thank you all again. From my opinion, my perspective, I truly believe that our solutions lie in regional approaches. I feel like there are all kinds of different problems that we have, but I believe that unless we all do work together, we're not going to be able to move forward. And I disagree with Chris on something he said, and that is that no one is excluded from the table. I mean, if you want to have success, everybody has to be at the table for the kind of discussions that we're having. But I'm really thankful that everyone has, felt that these water forums have been helpful, and I'm very thankful for that. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will see that we're looking beyond the issues just facing the 5th District and the residents on the Monterey Peninsula, that we really are making a strong attempt to have an approach that will take care of everybody's issue. And that includes looking at what are we going to do about the dams? I'm not seeing any 218 votes coming forward on how we're going to be able to repair the dams. And that's got to be part of the portfolio of problems that we need to resolve. The Callahan's desal and the Pure Water Monterey expansion project only addressed the water supply constraints on the peninsula. and they don't provide for any other areas of Monterey County. Most notably in areas where seawater intrusion and lowering ground water levels need to be addressed, like Castroville, like Marina, like Salinas, and throughout the northern area of the valley. So that's why we started off the first forum. We started off with being focused on the 18400 aquifer. Excuse me, and the Monterey, the Langley, and the East Side subbasins. But I think that despite the Coastal Commission's ruling in November on the desal project, there is a long road ahead for that project. I think everybody acknowledges that. Even, my buddy in the back, Chris Cook, would acknowledge that it's going to be a long process before we would get any place with that one. But at any rate, I do hope that that we will be able to continue moving forward and report back. And I was thinking that one of the things, Donna, you mentioned that you need to talk to your board about this, and perhaps what we should do is have you come back after you've had the opportunity to speak to your board about their thoughts on this, since it would be a GSA, driven project, and then we can see where we want to go beyond that. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to have that conversation. I'll certainly update my board this week about the request, and then probably work with some of my colleagues to look at just to put something on our board agenda in January, so it's agendized for discussion for the public to also listen in.
Good, thank you for that. I just feel like I don't want to let this die. I feel like we've come a long way, truthfully, and that there is more of a feeling of interest in cooperating, interest in collaborating than there has been for a while. And for me personally, I just don't want to see that come to a draw. And I'm seeing here that there is a hand up, and it looks like it's
That's
Chris
me, Madam
Lopez's
Chair.
hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I don't want my words to be misconstrued to say that I felt we needed less people at the table. I think my concern today was we don't have people at today's table, as part of this conversation, and they did let us know ahead of time they could not be here. But I've been part of the Big Tent, and I believe in that process, but I do think we have to determine what that process looks like to get that early agreement so it doesn't break apart. I just don't want my words misconstrued. I am a fan of the Big Tent.
And thank you, Chris. I appreciate your weighing in on that, because that isn't what I meant when I said that. I felt like I believe that we all agree that the more people that we have at the table, the better our chances are going to be to resolve what it is that we're looking at. So at this point, I think we will just accept the discussion that we've had today, and then talk to your board, and we'll come back sometime after the first of the year and see what it is that we might be able to come forward with at that time. And again, thank you so much, Tim, for coming down. It's been an interesting presentation that I think we've all learned quite a bit from your expertise and all of the years that you have spent in huge water companies and very significant positions. And thank you for the years that you served at Aqua as well. That's a wonderful organization. I know we've all learned quite a bit from them. So with that, I'm going to close this public hearing, or this part of our I think I'm going to wait until after the first of the year to do the resolution. Do we need to discuss that or no? Okay, so what I'd like to do now is get a readout from closed session by our county council. Pardon me?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There's nothing to report out on either the Water Resources Agency closed session agenda or the county closed session agenda today.
Thank you. And with that, rather than adjourning, I'm going to continue the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency will continue those meetings until Thursday, December 8th, when we will enter into closed session at 9 a.m.
And Chair, I think you need a vote on that.
And if I could please.
So moved.
Thank you. And I'll second that myself. So could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Thank you. And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Okay, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for being with us today. And we'll see what it looks like after the first of the year. Enjoy a wonderful holiday season. And I hope next time I see you, my voice is better.
Thank you, Chair Adams.